This is an Egbete community situated in Isako Central Local Government Area of Edo State. It is an agrarian community with united people that promotes unity and oneness for peaceful coexistence. The inhabitants of the community migrated from Benin, the cradle of black civilization, a kingdom where king is truly king. The ancestors of An Egbete saw that age was the main determinant of leadership in the rural setting, and the eldest man in the settlement was regarded as the leader who presided over meetings, and his authority is held in high esteem. To further strengthen this unique system of leadership, age group evolved in An Egbete. In An Egbete, age group is categorized into two, that is, the common and the noble. An Egbete is rich in cultural heritage, as the community at noon saw the commitment of the festival with the first set rolled out in beauty colors to showcase their might and strength, indicating their feet and ready for the responsibilities behold on them. The streets in the community with a feed up of young men and women adorned with the festival. Later, the royal family takes the stage as their children fight out royally and work in the community to showcase their might and fitness. The Ugewe is the final ceremony of the series of festivals.
It is one of peace and lightheartedness, following the more solemn of the ritual year. Ugiawe is the festival of the Ewe leaves, a symbol of good luck and joy. It is the most popular of all that heralds the dawn of a Benin New Year, new vow, newness of life and freshness of life, and a new hope for the future. In the evening, the Ewe leaves are presented to the Oba of Benin in grand style in a colorful ceremony. The Ihogbe Society, amidst singing and dancing, bring the sacred leaves that symbolize good luck, blessings, peace, and prosperity. Each of the senior members of the Ihogbe proceeds to give the sacred leaves directly to the Oba of Benin, and others put theirs at his feet.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Hello and welcome to WIC Women in Conversation on ITV. My name is Patricia Uremu Gabriels, and this is a place where women sit together to discuss those affairs that are affecting women. We talk about everything. When I say everything, I mean everything. But today we're going to be talking on polygamy. I am not doing this alone, but I'm not going to let the cat out of the basket. Let's talk about polygamy before I call my co-anchors. Yes, we're going to be talking about polygamy. The topic for today is polygamy. So some people say polygamy is unhealthy. They say no matter how much money you throw at polygamy, you can't find true peace. While some people say polygamy helps maintain marital discipline. And for Ned Nwoko, he says, I feel sorry for men that have only one wife because they stand on one leg. I am going to be doing this today with Chisom Agbafu. Chisom Agbafu is a barrister and a legal practitioner.
Yeah, hi, Patricia. Thank you so much for inviting me.
Thank you for coming. Did I invite you? You are a house member. I didn't invite you. You are a member of WIC. So,
oh, yeah, that's true.
Yes, you walk in here yourself.
That's true.
And then, of course, I have on my left, Princess Edith Madejemo. Princess Edith Madejemo is CEO, Friedrich Gold Global Limited. Edith, you're welcome.
Thank you so much. Good day and welcome to WIC.
I'm just saying welcome because probably I'm the one starting to this program. But these two people here are in-house women. Hold them responsible when you see them outside. They are members of WIC. So let's go proper to today's program. The topic today is polygamy. Chisom, let me start with you. What is polygamy?
Polygamy, I think we all know what that is. You know, when a man has more than one wife, you know, 1, 2, 3, 4, multiple wives together. So I think that is what polygamy entails. And so polygamy for me, it all depends on purpose. You know, a lot of people go into polygamy for different reasons. And so if your purpose is not reasonable enough to why you're going into polygamy, then for me, it is just total premium foolishness. I mean, that's how I see it. You know, so if your purpose is just to, you know, satisfy lust or just to do what others are doing based on you need it for pride, because of your pride, you're a chief and you just need 2 or more wives to be there, then the purpose is not enough, unlike what we have as at then, where the purpose is for legacy, you know, for keeping your legacy alive, for making sure that you have 2 or 3 people you can bring together to increase support, you know, something like that, to create a family, a longer generation of family.
For
and all
farming.
that. Yes. So that it depends on the purpose. So polygamy for me, its purpose, they work in tandem. If there's no purpose, then it is premium foolishness for me.
Wow. For premium foolishness. Let me laugh to that. Wow. I'm sorry, viewers. I just needed to laugh. But anyways, Edith, Senator Ned Nwoko says he feels so sorry for men that have only one wife because it means they are standing on one leg. But if you have more than one wife, if you have 2, you have 3, you're standing with two legs, standing with 3 legs or 4 legs. What is your take about that?
Well, that is his personal opinion and his definition of polygamy. He may have his reason for saying that. He did not just start polygamy today. He started way long ago. And I believe he has a cogent reason for going to polygamy. Because for you to have 1 wife, 2, 3, up to number 6 or number 4. So I think he's enjoying it. So he has seen the positive side and the negative side of a polygamist. You know, but if you ask me, I would say polygamy is an intentional thing. Yes, because when you want to go into polygamy because you want to go into it, not because you see others doing it. You understand? When you want to go into polygamy, don't justify it. Be responsible for it. Take responsibility for your action, whether good or bad. Just like he's facing right now. He's facing the music. So that is it. So when you are going to polygamy with your full chest. Take responsibility of it. Don't justify it for any reason. Don't say I go into polygamy because I see ABC go into it or I see somebody else doing it. Go into it because you choose to do it. and you take responsibility for your action.
Wow, take responsibility for your actions when you want to go into polygamy. That's what Edith has just said. But then again, some people say, just like I read out before we started the program, some people said polygamy helps maintain marital discipline. Is this true or not?
Polygamy helps maintain marital discipline. It is not true. I mean, look at, polygamy depends on structure, There has to be a structure in place. If not, there's bound to be consistent conflicts. You have 4 wives. You don't have a management structure. You just marry them because you feel, oh, I'm a man and I can handle it. There's bound to be conflict. So the area of discipline goes out of the picture when there is no structure in a polygamous home. So that's why I said, if we are talking about polygamy now, let's compare it as at then and now, when our ancestors were doing it. They had a structure in place, though they were not rich. So I won't say polygamy now is based on, if you have money, because the conflict, if you can't manage it, then there's bound to be issues. So as at then, they had a structure in place. They knew the purpose to which they did that is because these are my children. I have multiple wives. They give birth to multiple children and all of that. The first wife is her turn to go to the farm. They had a lot of structure then and respect. But as at now, there is no structure anymore. People just do these things because of maybe religion say I should do it. Maybe you're from the Muslim tradition and they say, oh, marry more than 1 wife. Even I think the Quran says, if you are able to manage, so they still
care for them and love them at the same time.
So if you're able to
care for them equally,
correct her. So if there's no structure in place where what you're giving A, you're giving B, and they can all manage together, then there's bound to be issues. But nowadays, a lot of people go into it, they don't even have the emotional capacity to manage these women. They don't even have the financial capacity, let's even put it that way, even if money is not a factor to maintain a peaceful polygamous home. But then a lot of people feel, okay, it is my tradition, I'm the first son, and it's my entitlement, my grandfather did it, and I must do it. Definitely, there's bound to be a problem. This first wife doesn't have a son, this one has a son, so you're feeding this other one better than, if there's no structure, if you can't love all of them together at the same time, then there's about to be issues. You're going to die slowly.
Let's come to love. Let's come to love. Can you love more than 1 wife or more than 1 person? Because I do not know what people define love as. Yes, the Christ kind of love, you can actually love multiple. But the other kind of love, I don't know how you want to love more than 1 person. Is it possible to love more than 1 person?
Can a man love 2 different women at the same time?
Yes.
I don't think that's possible. You can love this particular woman at this moment because of one reason or the other. And before you know, the table will turn. I don't think a man can love two different women at the same time for the same purpose. No, it's not possible for me. I'm not a man, but from all perspective, I would say that is not possible. But then, when you decide to go into polygamy, like Chisom rightly said, you have to be emotionally ready, financially stable. You need emotional to back that's your big polygamy home that you want to put in place. The wives, the children, the finance. Because this one will start having children and the other one is having children. You will not ask this one to pause because the other one is having children. You understand? So you have to be emotionally ready for it. Then polygamy, is it biblical?
Okay, this is where I miss Abiodun.
Yeah,
because she would have quoted a part of the Bible where it says polygamy, it's not allowed as a Christian. So
some people would say, yes, Solomon was a polygamist. Solomon was a polygamist, and the man is a polygamist in nature. That is what is giving men this big head.
Oh.
This big head and this big heart to do the unthinkable. Yeah, that is it. This notion that it is a man's word. Man is polygamist in nature. So when they are going into it, they already have a backup. They already have somebody or some persons, you know, that will back them on, like that is a natural thing, that if I go into polygamist, it's not a new thing, I'm not going out of place. Are you getting it? So now, you are saying Solomon married 300 wives. Will that stop cheating? When Solomon married 300 wives, he still went ahead to have 700 concubines.
Wow.
Does that stop cheating?
So it's in the Bible. Abiodun should have been here, so it's in the Bible.
Yeah, it is. It is.
To be a polygamist.
Yes.
Yes.
Wow.
Will that stop cheating? If you ask me, I will say no. Being a polygamist will not stop cheating. Men are not satisfied in nature. If you say that, I will take it. Not man is a polygamist in nature. Man is not a polygamist in nature. Men are insatiable in nature.
Okay.
That's why, sorry, somebody will now say, like you said, you quoted Ned Woko. He said, I pity men who stand
with
on
one
one leg. So he doesn't know that sometimes that one leg alone is stronger than 20 legs.
Yeah, at times.
Yes. So you can't say, oh, I pity men who only stand on one leg. That one leg has a very strong foundation. If it is rooted in one foundation, then it is bound to whatever you place on it will stand.
Let's digress a little. There are some men that goes into polygamy for the purpose of old age. Because they will be thinking, who will take care of me, or who will look after me in my old age?
So they marry younger people.
They want to marry a younger person to look after them in their old age. Why some go into polygamy without any reason? They just want to flirt around, they just want to have fun for the now.
That's why I said purpose.
Yes.
If you're going into polygamy without
You have to-
a clear purpose, it is premium foolishness.
Premium
Wow.
foolishness is this.
Premium foolishness. It is premium
So when
foolishness.
you are going into, when you want to go into polygamy, have all this in place and know that things are going to crop up at the long run. Okay, now you want to go into polygamy because you are thinking of how your old age will be. You may have to be intentional about how they treat their wife. You have to be intentional about how you treat your wife. If you treat her rightly, you care for her at the young stage of marriage or at your young age, at your old age, she will care for you. She will certainly care for you. There are some women that even when their need arises for them to travel, to go and do a mugwo, that is what men are scared of. Because at old age, women will always go around to do a mugwo, visit their, they take care of their grandchildren, which the man cannot do. But if you
can travel with your husband.
If you take care of your wife, you treat her rightly at your young age, I kid you not, the kids will make sure they put things in order to take care of you, even when your wife is not around.
They could even carry the two of you. I have seen that. Yes, I have seen that. A young friend of mine, when the parents had to go to the UK for her elder sister's omugo, both the father and mom went.
That depends on the wife. It also depends on how you treat your wife.
So it has to do with what you're saying.
Yes, if you treat if you're intentional about it at your young age, because whatever you sow, my dear sister, you will reap it.
No, it's not me. We're talking of the men. We're talking of the men.
My men. Whatever you sow at your age, at your young age in marriage, you will definitely reap it. So treat your wife well. Be intentional about it. Don't just push her to the corner. Time is coming where you will need her more than she needs you now. When you treat her rightly, when it's time for her to go for the amugo, she can tell her daughter or her son, if you are not taking my husband with me, I'm not coming. Depends on how you treat her well now. So if you treat her rightly, she will know, okay, I'm coming for Mugo. I'm spending just 2 weeks. I would have spent 1 month, but because of my husband, I will stay for a short time. But if you know you want me to stay longer, please take me and my husband. That depends.
But my issue with this thing is how they resolve conflict.
In the polygamous.
Yes, how they maintain order.
We are going to we'll come back to all this. I just need us to go for a short break because the man in the house is already giggling. I don't know why he's doing that. So
I hope I'm not serving hot today.
You are doing that. He's already giggling and I'm sure he's hitting him. Maybe he has 2 wives. We'll find out when we go for the short break and we'll be right back. Please stay tuned. Yes, welcome back. You're still on WIC, and I still have Chisom here, the barrister, and I have Princess Edith here. Okay, we were talking about treating your wife rightly. so that she would, accept you at old age and always want to be with you at old age. Truly, some men treat their wives poorly when, they are young and, growing up together. And when it's time for the woman to, treat him, nicely, she decides to go stay with the children in the name of, I want to go do omugo. Men, Edith was advising.
It is good measure, according to the Bible, press down, shake it together, that we women will give unto your bosom at old age.
That's serious. That's so serious.
That's how it is. So if you serve your wife good, you take care of her. You take care of her mental health, her physical health. You treat her rightly, make her have a sense of belonging. At old age, she will adore you. She will honor you. In this polygamy we are talking about, the backbones in it, if you go that route, you won't like to talk about polygamy.
Okay, so this brings me to a short story. From this story, we're going to be asking ourselves questions from there. Okay, I once had a guest in my political program who came in and said, we just were talking and he said, I have 4 wives. No, he said, yes, I have 4 wives and 2 on the way coming. So I was like, are you joking? He said, no, I'm serious. That was behind the camera. He said, no, I'm very serious. I was like, seriously? Yes. He said, I'm a Muslim, so I have 4 wives and 2 on the way coming. And he gave me this instance and the stories how these 4 wives came to be. Okay, the first wife had left him because the second wife was the first wife's very good friend who was always telling the first wife, no, if your husband is not doing this or he's not treating you nicely, if he's not doing this, not. And so the first wife got upset and said, you're not treating me nicely, I'm leaving. And this second wife was like, the first wife is a fool. I've been wanting to come in.
Oh my
and so she came into the marriage. And that led to second, third, fourth, and the fifth and the sixth are on their way. So I asked him a question. I said, do they cooperate? And he said, yes, they do. And he said, these wives are financial gains for him. That's where my question is going to come from. That he invests in them and they triple his investment.
Oh, that's true.
Wow.
Because they are all in a competition. Because he says, when you have tripled maybe the business that he put in your hand and you begin to tell me, oh, I multiplied it over the years, I got 10 million, I did that, and that. Me wants to, oh no, let me supersede you. So the business he puts in my hand, I try hard to make it work so that I can come and say, oh, my financial gains are more than yours.
Wow.
And then you hear all this from the two of us, I know I must be the best. And you begin to put all effort.
Putting them on
they
pressure.
compete amongst themselves financially, not even wanting to have his love, who loves me, who he will love more or not. They want to supersede each other.
That man must be an Igbo man. Because he's doing his own business.
Okay, so I told him, I said, I want to have 3 of your wives on WIC. He said he will bring them by himself.
I hope to be here.
I said, will they come? He said, yes, they will come and they will come and tell me all these things that he's telling me. So what's your take in that? Do you think he's greedy, or do you think he married them out of love, or he married them out of come and work for me and make money for me?
Okay, that's why I keep saying it, that it depends on purpose. So these women, they know that, okay, financially, they are also gaining from the man. I'm sure that they are in the business together and all of that. They are building a home together. And they don't have a problem with sharing space with a co-wife where we're talking business. Any money, I'm taking so percent. So polygamy, if you have, a very good reason, it says, okay, financial reason is good enough to take care of your kids, to keep trust funds and all of that for your children. So if you're into polygamy because you want a financial support, you don't just want to lean on one person alone. You want to build a financial empire, a business empire where you can be getting money from different sources. Your woman is handling this, she's the treasurer here, it's a good reason, as much as you can maintain order and there's no drama. Because it's also a very risky thing, because in the area of finance, there's always bound to be issue. How much did you give this one, or how much is this one making, and all of that. So it breeds competition. Just where you're saying these ladies who compete among us, it breeds, and competition now breeds envy. Yes. So the way the thing is going,
Which is very dangerous to a family.
Which is very dangerous for a family.
Yeah, it's very, very,
Yes.
So
very
you
dangerous.
think his idea of polygamy
See,
is very dangerous?
you said something, Patricia. You said now he invested in the wives. Now he's reaping it, he's gaining it. I have to ask the tribe where he comes from. Now, you know, anything put in a woman's hand, a woman will always replicate or double or triple it. Anything you give a woman, give it to a woman when it comes to that. Give a woman a very good thing, she will give it to you back. Double it. Give her bad energy, she will give you negative, double, triple. So now, this man married these wives, doing investment with them. They are co-pilots, they are business partner. They are not just in marriage alone. They are business partner. You know, I can relate this to our forefathers that are married for the purpose of family.
Farming, yeah.
So our forefathers married for the purpose of farming, to have a very large farm. They can have rice farm, yam farm, potato or pepper farm, cassava farm at the same time, granite farm at the same time. And when it's time for harvesting, oh God, you will see their barn, you will market every time. The wives will be going to the market while the children are going to the farm, harvesting all the crops. So that man has a reason for going. That is our forefathers now.
Yes.
Have a reason, a very cogent reason for going into polygamy. To have more hands instead of looking for hire to come and, you know, jobs to come and do the farm work. Now this man is replicating what our forefathers did those days.
So but in a more modern
in a modern form. So he's not investing in his wives. I kid you not. This man, as time goes on, the children start growing up, he will start doing safe business with his kids. But on the long run, this man is pressurizing his wife. He's pressurizing these women. And these women are not seeing it because they are beclouded by the competition and the money involved. And women, when it comes to competition, we are not too good in it. We will throw everything to the caution to the wind because we want to outshine the other.
That's the problem. As I said, it breeds envy.
Yeah, it breeds envy, and this is going to affect the children.
Of course,
the children born into that home. This picture, this scenario you just painted for us. The children born into that home, this thing is going to affect them negatively or positively. Take it or leave it. In future, this man will see it. Are you getting it?
Are you sure they see it? Because he told me 4, 5 is on the way. The 4th and the 5th.
How many children does he have?
He wants to invest more. He's a businessman. He's a businessman. He's trading with his wife.
He's not stopping at 4.
No, he's continuous.
No, he said 2 more are coming.
Okay.
2 more are coming.
You know, if we get to a point, let me tell you, Patricia, before you cut me down, before you cut me out, these women, if we get to a tone, they will turn around and start trading with him. I'm telling you.
Trade with him how? Oh, if you can explain.
Okay, now he's trading with them. Maybe they've not realized it because they've been clouded by whatever is on the table. They will turn around and begin to use him for business. In the sense that, you see, this money he invested in them, this money may not be remitted. We can decide to say, okay, he's our husband after all. Okay, this part of the money, I will invest it on my own. They will invest the money in another business with their name or with their children's name, or not to the man.
Well, it's still in the family. If you ask me, it's still in the family. Okay, so this brings me to a quick question. Having said all of this about polygamy, some girls, especially young girls, are still ready to get into polygamy for the sake of money. Do you think they're doing the right thing?
For the sake of money, you know, like you said, young girls of nowadays, you know, there's a lifestyle, there's a particular lifestyle that every young girl wants to meet up with, you know. The flashy money lifestyle, you know, to maintain the skin, maintain her family or whatever else. So you going into polygamy because of money, it is not advisable. Except if you know the consequences and you're ready to bear the consequence. Because if you're going into it because of money, you're not the only one sharing the money. They have a lot of people that you need to respect. We have co-wives that you will need to, you know, adjust for when it comes to money. You're not the only person. So any lady who is going into polygamy because of money, you need to have it at the back of your mind that it is not just you, because they will make it feel like it is you because you are new. You're the new wife. So just to make you feel welcomed and all of that, you feel it's just you, but it is not. There are multiple women before you, which you have to pay respect to.
Homage. Homage.
You have to pay respect to. And because of that, they will see anything you do as your attitude is bringing disrespect, or if they get any kind of funny vibe from you, then there's now serious competition already. Because you're young, doesn't mean this is how you'll be behaving and all of that. So it is not advisable for a young girl to go into polygamy because of money. You can go into it because, oh, I want to build a legacy as a woman. I mean, the man has an empire, yes, and you feel like his resources can help you build your children's legacy. Something that if you're no more, your children would definitely have something in place. They will have houses and all of that. But don't just center it on only that factor because of property or financial gain. You have to ready your mind. In fact, prepare to fight different battles.
Chisom has talked about money in polygamy. I'm going to bring love to you in polygamy. Do you think any woman will get into polygamy because she loves the man? Is it possible for a woman to love a man who already has a wife, but says, I love this man and, I want to marry him because I love him? Is it possible? If you ask me, let me ask and answer this question. Yes.
Yeah.
You could meet a man that is already married, but you just find yourself loving this man.
Of course.
And he approaches you to want to marry you. And you decide, okay, because I love him, let me go ahead and marry him.
Very possible. It's very, very possible. It all depends on the lady in question. There are some women that even when they are still young girls, they've not been married. They like their men very old. So when they come, when they find themselves in this situation, I will tell you that this lady may love this man wholeheartedly. Genuinely.
Not because of the money.
Not because of the money. Depends on how affectionate the man is and how what the love the man is bringing or proposing to her. Some young or single girls can love a married man genuinely.
Okay, this will bring me
then some men actually also love single girls, even when they have wife at home. There are some men that go into marriage because they want to have they want to behave and act young. Let me use the case of Okoya, as a case study. You see Okoya other wives, they're old, as it should be, like him. You see, at a point, he went out to get a very beautiful damsel. What's her name again? Shade. And Shade came into the picture. As at then, I was still a young girl that I used to say, what is she looking for? Why will you go and marry such an old man? But the girl was so intentional about it. Okay, now, then Okoya was looking like somebody that wants to soon sleep. This man was soon sleep. But look at him today. He's growing younger, not even older. He's looking very strong. So men will say, okay, they want to go and marry a young girl to refresh their blood. Yes. To renew and refresh their blood. Thereby making them having this young, energized, and having
acting like a younger
person, then energized and have this younger look.
And anyway, that brings us to the end of today's program. I hope you ladies enjoyed our program today.
Oh, we do.
Polygamy is very large. It's not a topic we want to end in one day. But I promise my viewers out there, I'm going to bring in these three wives so they come and share to us how they understand polygamy and how they are managing to live in the same home with one man. Thank you so much, Jason, for being here today.
Thank you so much, Patricia. I really appreciate it.
And thank you, Edith.
Thanks for having me. Expect more from WIC.
Exactly. And then when the three women will be here, we're going to be having a round table, probably 6 of us, because Chisom and Edith are, of course, going to be here to ask these women questions, how they are managing their home. I am Patricia Uremu Gabriel. See you same time next week. Bye.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Time na money, yeah. Time na money. Do better thing. Money no dey come from heaven. Do better thing, money go come. Na true word I dey tell you so. Oh yeah, oh. This market where you dey see so, na New Benin market for Oredo local government area, Edo South, Edo State, Nigeria. This market don't dey here for more than 50 years, just like as Oba market and Ekiosa market. This now the popular New Benin market. Now, citizens of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, where they watch us online for ITV, for Facebook, for YouTube, you go see I say from time to time, fire they enter different markets. Like 20 years ago, fire don't enter this market. 15 years, 10 years ago, fire enter this market. That's why the same fire enter Oba market. That's why still enter Ekiosa market. But you go see I'm say government don't they change Oba market to modern market. Government don't see they change Ekiosa market to modern market. That's why say the contractor not there on site for Ekiosa market. Now government don't talk say this New Benin market time don't reach where they go turn out to modern market. What we say go be austere, police station, road go dey inside, car park go dey inside, everything go dey inside. But the traders they talk now say if government can't talk say they want to destroy this New Benin market, where they will go. However, if you look around the environment of this market, you go see I'm saying now stores, now they left, right, up and down. The surrounding, so the market women they talk now say if they can't come up for this market, where they want to go, because space not there outside. After God, now government. Money no dey come from heaven. Where they so now where they call Kemi. Whether you be Christian or you be Muslim, anything where you do, tradition is tradition. Against our countries where they work where you not believe but they work. But the information where I bring come be say government say listen, yes, wait.
Wetin we want that say if before they say they won't break our market, make they go finish all those markets and they go find where they won't place us put.
We want to turn this New Benin market to a modern market. You know see Asaba market. You know see Asaba market. You know see Ekiosa market.
Now we take the eat. Now we take the try our children.
Now old school be this. I give you a Becky. I give you a
caravan. Where we went there. We go manage the caravan. We not done. You go there. Where we Tana. Where go Sima. Where we ma put got. Where we ma where we here.
The market in old school. The market in old school. The government take care of you. Market one charger. I want to go find the Iyaki. Sorting the apple. Government said this was not too old. They want a new one.
Why did they happen? Now they don't this New Benin market. Look it up. Now this market no. Tomorrow they build one. They build another one for us. Now we build that by ourselves.
Market government say this market is not too old. They want to change that to modern market. So that hospital go day, hospital go day, police station go day. You don't see our market. No. Market.
No. We not agree.
Okay, mommy, what will be the problem? Now where you go stay? Now where you go pack your things go?
I know they go anywhere. Yes, I know they go anywhere. Now New Benin market. You don't tell when I get this New Benin market. You don't say. During the time of Lucky, now this market is gone.
Where your shit? This shit now old school that they call her. Hey, walk your mind there. Aluminium. I dey for New Benin Market. As government don dey renovate so many markets, they renovate Oba Market, Ekosa Market, New Benin Market, now they turn now. Government will build this New Benin Market to modern market. Yes.
They say they want build that.
Yes.
You know the man not build that. Ekosa one na scatter, man na go build that. Man na go Oba Market. This place we like as it be. We go repair about ourselves if you not CB. We like as it be. We don't want to repair about ourselves. We like that.
Market where police station go there.
No!
Market where go there. Market where get go there. This guy whatever they use. Aluminium.
One they come, but not one waka. Not to done at the cabinet to work. Not our load go.
You know, say they do Oba Market and Ekosa Market now.
They do Oba Market and Ekosa Market. We did the one come, more part the low come out. Our law men move go fair we want put on. Who said you will work? I know I swear.
Yes, swear.
Thank you, sir.
But government say they want to build so that this your place will be a
come. We did that they come. Everyone know. We want put our loads. Like not say I'm no, we want go pack and put.
You're going to do business for outside the market now.
Do business for other markets, huh? That will not be issue. No way they solid. Where we want pack and go. We don't have they come. But we want to pack and come out.
Whether na my house or government house you want pack and go. Abi.
That's your house.
Time na money, yeah. Time na money. Do better thing. Money no dey come from heaven. Do better thing, money go come. Now true word that they tell you so. Oh yeah. I don't know what come for New Benin Market since. I don't know say the traders that don't they talk. They say government, if you destroy this place, where we want go? But they for foul line now. Make I go ask them. However, they say make we let the local government chairman know and the state governor know say. However, I say that they need well for this market. Say dirty, not be their portion. But this place now foul line are there so. Different kind of chicken. Agree to now. Money no they come from heaven. Do better thing, money go come. Now true word that they tell you so. Oh yeah. Benin Market women how na dey? Wetin dey pain una for una mind? Wetin una want make government know?
Wetin want make government know say they say they want come destroy fowl line. We no want because we never hear am. We never hear now before say that they start to they destroy falling one line for market. 2 lines they go leave the front. We don't want that one. We don't tell them say this market no born as market born reach for Edo State. This market no born. Wait till we don't want make they leave us. If they say they want help us, nobody they forbid help. We ready make they help us. We go tell them what we want. Make they take help us. Make they tell me they drive us. But we go walk away. But we don't want. We don't want to come on, we want to stay here.
A big government don't investigate so kind yama things where they affect all the chicken the day,
Run from beginning. This whole line there for more than 50 years. Not happen.
This foul line?
Yes.
For more than 50 years?
Yes, sir. See, make the hands. Make the look all shade. Shade no dirty. We know say, true say, foul the shit. He test that day. Motor they come, they carry am. Motor they come, they carry the dirty, they go. Other people they come, they carry our dirty. We they pay. So we don't need all those ones. They want stress us. Now we they beg them. We they beg them, make they leave us alone. But we suffer there.
But government, I mean, make government check them.
They don't come now. They come.
Okay, Moin.
They come.
What concern you for this matter?
Now we are now my source of living. No. Now now I do market where I take train my children. Where I dey now here I do the market. I don't know oppression where they want to oppress us so. But beg we dey beg them, make them leave us here. They say they want just carry us go another direction. Why it be say only 3 lines and they want to destroy inside the whole market?
If I come out here now, I'll go meet Honorable Gabriel Siduseri, the Oredo local government chairman. Say una don't talk, una don't allege the local government. Say they want to destroy foul line out of all the line where they inside this market.
Ibi ba wala bibi koko oluga gbagbu ami ke ba bi awo o to se le la wo gbo gba sun yan e dio wo na ma we no gba kia ọ̀rọ̀ kan náà yà bìí ẹni yà lọ́gbẹ́ náà dogun ọ̀kọ̀ kan kàmí yà ni máa pé bí bá yà rẹ̀ wé bo.
Mommy, wetin concern you for this matter?
This matter concern me well. Now day when I born my children, now I trade them. So they all come now, they say they want to destroy the market. Where we can't go, we not get anywhere. Many of us they here, many of them day where they not get husband. Now this market they live. And about 2, they want start to the break back, not be from center. They go start from first line. Now me say they want break back. Not me say they all come say they want start for 2 line.
Concern you for this matter?
Wetin concern me, my brother, I be widow. My pikin dey 2 years and 6 years when my husband die. Now that fowl market, now I take train there. Now we still there now. The one when me say I want just beg the governor for. Wetin concern me chairman me with am no get anything. Na governor me with am dey talk now. Say abeg.
Look camera dey watch you.
I be widow, I no dey see. Na person dey carry me come market here. I no get where I go. If I dey go now, I may not see you now. You just dey with me. Before God and man, I no see you. I no even see anything. Me I no fit dey use God. They lie.
So make come and leave foul line alone.
Hey, I just dey peel. I just dey peel, I beg. With my knee, if I lean down for her, I don't know whether I senior her, whether I senior me.
Don't hear.
Yeah, I beg.
Don't destroy our source of income.
Fowl business, I don't do more than 35 years. I never see something like this before. So when the Oredo come, you know, even let us talk. You say make 2 people come, carry police, carry soldier, follow body. That's all of us they fear that day. So we say we not want make them demolish this foul line, the 2 line. We never see, and if they demolish it go affect other shade. Like this one now. See cloth, our foul line now. They attach and join the foul people they sell cloth. Once they demolish her, I been a hand. If na caterpillar they want use, the thing go affect those ones, and it go affect so many shades apart from a foul line. And number 2, you go see our cage now. See this cage, that one where they inside. If you want do one now, it's over 300,000 to do one. Where we go see that money? Where we go? Where you go take do one? Because this one now we fit carry on, but that one you not fit carry on because we build and join the wall. If you want to do, and it's 300,000, more than 300,000. So we not get that kind of money where we come the one they don't destroy, and we come they find money again. Where we come the.
However, this chicken, now there they stay.
Now here that they stay.
And now they feed them.
Yes.
And now they pack their.
With the pack their, even the intestine.
Come on for road.
Even the intestine.
Come on for road. No worry.
See, we go leave her here. Then the ones where they inside, those ones where they inside, those ones now. Now that one we just they talk. If you want to do that cake now, if they go 500,000, this one now 300,000. If they destroy, we many widows they inside, single mothers they inside. Those where just see they grow, they come they inside. So we never see. We don't want to make them demolish.
So now what make them leave us? Local government. Because the local government they charge of market.
We know.
Make them leave foul like people.
Yes. So the money where say what bank want use, make them use and make them give us borehole. If not drillage, make them do one. We don't want to make them demolish and make them help us. We they maintain our. You will see most of the shade now. Ties there. So we don't want make them demolish and because the demolition we go suffer.
May I go check other place? Money no they come from heaven. Do better thing, money go come. Now true word that they tell you so. Oh yeah. Where my eye?
They kill sir, they never build them. Oba market, they never finish her. So they say they won't break New Benin. Maybe if they finish those 2 markets. If they finish her, we go green. Like somebody like me, I don't feel say my husband don't die. I get husband. People think we be say widow day. And many of us dey, like somebody like me, I mean they carry us, I mean they carry my children. As I just be so, now me they carry my children, I mean they carry my home. So no, government, no, they not they feed me, government not they feed me. At least as it be like this, they go very easy woman be like us. As a mother, you get my, maybe you go get mama now. Your mama go day market now. One good day they come break the market. Maybe get wetin they take support you. And those children they feel. You understand?
I tell you now. Government don't look this market now. They say God forbid, but to say market fire enter this market, say this market go burn to ashes.
No,
that's why government want build that curtain where they about market and the kind where they build for.
Our market no fit burn again. God, our ancestors don't cover that one. Our market no go burn in Jesus' name. That one no go happen again. Maybe waiting if they plan, God no go green. And our ancestors when he did this market as Ijeneki, he no go let am get heads. So now waiting me get to talk.
I bet for people when they watch us, what be Kevin.
This one now, petty things and spiritual things. All these days, now this one is they protect. More than the thing they protest. So maybe the pikin they when be say they do now conversion, they go buy something here. We know they say what they do bad to you. Now what they think they peer pikin.
What the person if they make money?
Yeah, no, we know they do all those ones. Maybe the king go abroad now, but the king go better for that side. You still do all those things that we do. Now we say.
Be all this Kemi,
yes.
all this
you go chalk or women you blow out to ancestors.
What you talk us now?
What do you do? This chalk, you go grana, you go put salt. Yes, once you grana, you put salt. You give our ancestors. Say God, see, I don't get money to do any sacrifice now. See, I go do this thing for me. You go do it for you.
What you concern this one concern you?
This one. Now, Odegbe, if maybe you see say the seat not too hard, maybe the person in the hospital don't say I don't want Odegbe. You are one son. That's why you give nice people because people don't put hand for the thing.
Okay. But what of all this call now? See all this one.
All these ones now. Waiting until they do so kind things.
So kind things.
Yes.
You say if I miss Uruwe and salt.
Yes.
I do all like this.
Yes.
All my enemies.
All of them don't fall.
Enemies want try to bring us down. They cannot bring us down. Down. Don't they go? However, as an area journalist, one of the things where I don't investigate for this new Benin market, they say the people where they sell fowl, this line 1, line 2, they surprise out of all the line with inside this market. Now they are line, they can't talk, say they want first take start the demolition. Now it shocked them. That's why they tell government now say if they want start maybe all over. Not be saying you can't start from this line, but however, they say they not get choice and they not go get where they go now. That's why they beg the government, local government and the state government, make them check them well and make them balance and well. However, say where they do this, their fowl business on a daily basis. Say most of them don't do this business for more than 10 years, 20 years, 30 years. That now they know how they pack their fowl shit, and now they still know where they throw away the fowl shit.
Now beg with the happy. May our governor may come to our aid. May talk to Oredo Chema. Now beg now with it because Oredo Chema tell us say now the May ending. This month ending where we dey so we not get where we dey go. Now beg now we dey beg. May them give us, may them leave us for our shade. If they get anything as I first token, may they come put borehole. If not drillage, what it go make them better, but not to destroy our shade.
I'll go meet if I come up for you. All of this gutter. We are the sweep up. We are the push up. We are the clean up. We are the wash up. We are the put the toy. But gutter you there so. So you know the smell. You know the smell. You know the smell. We don't go na baba. Honorable Chairman,
thank you.
This market women from New Benin, first of all, there be the fear, but they can't come here now. Now, two things. So, the first one, they say you want to change that New Benin market to modern market, just the way urban market and the close and all they go on. But these people where they this foul line, they fear. But really address us. What do you want to happen to these people where they sell foul for New Benin market? What will be the update?
Yes, what they heard from us
was. Turn down to PG so that.
Okay. What thing they happen? Be say. World Bank get one program where then they do. We make them send their certain agencies to come here. They can't choose New Benin market. Say they want to come build for us what they call poultry market. They call it El Press, poultry market. This market, not just 2 lines only for the whole market they want to use. They are building it to a modern standard. One, to avoid diseases based on the way they are slaughtering their chicken inside the market. They want to give them the modern way and all the requirements they need to put these things in order. So what they are doing there is not to take their shop, is to rebuild it. And we have promised the market people that we will take their number and their name. So that when they finish, we will return the shop back to the original trustee.
Okay, but they fear say if they start the project, maybe it's going to take another 10 years or 5 years to finish the project.
What they promise is 90 days. And if they don't finish it in less than 90 days, we will take them back to the same place to do their business. The local government is here to protect them. It's not like other projects. It's not even a big project. It's a small project, just 2 lines. It's something that even we as local government can do in less than 2 months. So for the benefit of doubt, it's just 3 months that we want to do this project. It's not a local government project. It's not even state. It is World Bank. And they have given it to other local governments. For us, we are only beneficiaries. And I'm appealing to all of them to be patient. That when they are ready by the ending of this month, we will not take more than 2 or 3 months. That project will be completed. And it's going to be for their benefit. For that we get more customers. People like us who used to buy chicken from places like supermarket and the rest. I would now like to go there to buy because the environment is clean. They are using the modern materials, the environment, everything. And at the same time, it will be void of diseases. Yes, to be void of diseases.
Okay, before I let you go, any plan to modernize that market? That food market? That market don't old.
Yes, that is one of the oldest markets in Benin.
New Benin market
is one of the oldest markets, and I think it's high time we start thinking of renovating and rebuilding. But we are going to do that if they agree that we do it. If they don't agree, we leave it as it is. For me, I think the governor has the final say. If the governor decide and give approval for the rebuilding, they will have no choice but to cooperate with the state government. I cannot do that on my own without permission from the state government.
My honorable chairman, I thank you for the time you to address us. I greet you, Maga. Plan the truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Thank you. What will be the plan? We say the World Bank and federal government now they collaborate for this program. For the states, apart from Edo State and some few states where they this program, so now only few of us throughout South. Now only Edo State did this program. So what they do be say now on livestock that the better farmers wey dey into livestock not be only poultry, fishery dey, cow dey, goat dey, other things dey wey they work on now. So the program name na Air Press na from federal government. So this local government wetin they bring come here be say they look through that market, they find out say the market don old, their drainage system you know they fit carry their influence, the shit and the fowl feather wey dey come from the market. So people don't even dey gree go there well again. So when they don't carefully look the place, now they say they need to rebuild this place for them. So they now come local government, come talk with chairman, say they need to rebuild that place for them, make am modernize, put equipment wey go make the work even easier for them, like the feeding machine, deep freezers, then borehole, they wan put solar, then they go put vet doctor's office for there in case their fowl even get program. Yes, all of this ones go dey inside the market. Vet doctor go dey there, vet doctor's office. So all these things that they don package. So last week now they come the engineer wey they don already build this the payment for this program. So chairman come ask them say when una take start, then they say they go there, the women pursue them. Say they no need change, they want to remain the way they are. And the government is saying, Tinubu is saying, I don't want the country, the state, the local government to remain the way they are. I want changes. We are working, let the work show. People they say they know they work don't come now. Why una go say no? The local government chairman come beg the women. All of us go the market. We can't go beg them. Say, "Mo na allow this change come."
From shop A to shop Z.
All of
those
them.
People will get their space there. If they don't build this modern one, they go return back to
I
that
tell
space.
you, what even make am be say they not start this program this week. They not start the building. Now when the engineer can't talk, he can't say those deep freezers, the vet office and the defensory office, say na 3 office they want take for inside. Now chairman say no. The 3 office must join the offices wey for them must complete. So you may not displace anybody or you no want that one. He come tell the engineer say bring your paper. Engineer come show and now he come say no engineer. Urban market na issue don already dey. You no want issue for New Benin. The number of markets wey dey before now must still dey. Find another place where you carry your defensory machine go and other office. Now the man come say okay, let them go back to their plan to change it. So they will not deck the front, put the 3 offices there. That's why the job they delay now. If not, because they need to get approval from the World Bank and the federal government. Say they don't change plan. As I they tell you now, other local government get this project. I come from Ovia before they transfer me here. Ovia hold on they work. So I don't own to work.
I show that.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
It surely is an exciting time to have you join us on the program Woman to Woman. Yes, when we talk about woman to woman, we talk about the home front, we talk about things affecting women, motherhood, and the likes. Now, today on Woman to Woman, we have a counselor in our midst, yes, and she is by the person of Sharon Healing. She is a counselor, Uniben Counseling Center. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon.
It's a pleasure having you here today. All right, today on Woman to Woman, we will be talking about setting boundaries with in-laws and friends in marriage. Now, this brings to the fact that when let's say, when we get married, we get to hear a lot of persons say, two shall become one. Now, you need not to allow foreigners into your home. You need to come together to do things as one. Now, when we know our Nigerian setting, we always want to cherish the fact that we have extended families. Now, we cannot do without our extended families. Now, this brings to the fore setting boundaries with in-laws and friends. Now, when we talk about setting boundaries in marriage, what does it actually mean?
Yeah, first and foremost, let's try to understand the word boundaries. Because sometimes some persons tend to just say the word boundaries have to do with the negative aspects. And really that is how a lot of persons' mindset has been programmed. Like, don't cross that line. Yes. Don't reach here.
I'm married already.
I knock before you before you call me, before you come to my house.
Let me have a notice when you're coming to my home.
It don't really have to be that way. So there are healthy boundaries that can be kept. At the end of the day, everybody's relationship is still intact, not creating enemies for each other. So that is what we're going to be, I'm going to be talking on today. Like I tell people, we are not friends, we are not enemies.
Yes.
But we still draw the boundaries. So like, oh please, don't you think next time you should inform me when you're coming?
Oh, there should be a softer way.
Yeah, that's what we should start understanding now. So in marriage, boundaries are actually very, very important in marriage. Why is it important? Because of the mental state of everybody involved, the psychological well-being of everybody involved, the financial aspect also of the people involved. Setting boundaries in marriage helps you a lot as an individual also to plan and program your own self. when you are doing that, it's not everything the next person needs to hear. So like we tell you as a professional, we'll say there are things you should not say to everybody. Why? Because I may give you the wrong counsel.
Yes.
I may lead you astray if I'm not a professional. And also, we don't even know what is in the mind of the person you are taking with, you are discussing with. And now, these days, we now have online in-laws.
Yeah, very well.
Online in-laws.
Yes,
so that they're even more than the physical in-laws that people now deal with.
Yeah.
So at the end of the day, you pick here, pick from online, pick from physical. At the time you say you want to
merge it together,
mix everything together, you find out that there will be unrest and conflicts in that home. So that is why we are talking of boundaries, keeping healthy boundaries. Like I say, you are not my enemies. You are not my enemy, we are not friends, but we should still understand when I should do something and when you also should cross the line when it comes to me.
But in our Nigerian setting, are you sure the boundaries we're talking about can actually come into play?
Yes, it can. Very, very well. Like I'm married for 20-something years now. I have healthy boundaries with my in-laws, and we are all moving well and fine. I know what I should say to them. I know what I should not say to them. I didn't go into marriage with the mindset of my sister-in-law, no. My mother-in-law, no. Those are unhealthy boundaries. The boundaries I set is, I know when to cross the line, and they too know when to cross the line. So I know what I say to them. So it's not everything I just cry to them. I don't like, want to run my husband down to them. They are my in-laws. I will not see relating. I have uncles in-laws, aunties in-laws. We all relate. Unlike when you are dying, the first person just call, you're like, that useless man, he has started again. I tell you, you see that marriage, why won't you left the marriage? Anything again, and you see, and all that and everything. So those are things one try to avoid. Or, mama, before you come to my house, yes, let me know. You don't enter my house unannounced. Don't. But it can happen if we create the mindset that, this in-law is not coming to destroy my home. This person or a friend, for example, is not coming to destroy my own. And how can a home be destroyed? It depends on your attitude, your behavior, and what you let out to the public. That is what end up destroying the home. So in-laws, friends can be welcome, but you draw a line and the boundaries with them.
Okay, now would we not say certain boundaries can be seen as being disrespectful as a wife to the parents? Would that not be tagged as being disrespectful?
Okay. Let me give you a scenario of, I think I had a client that she was like, my mother-in-law wants to travel all the way from Abuja to come and cook for the son. And apparently the son is the only child and the only son. And which does not go down well with her. It was always causing conflicts. So sometimes she don't even hear her mother-in-law is coming. So I was like, don't you think you and your mother-in-law can cook in that kitchen?
Certainly.
So mama has come. So what is this? It's my kitchen. Why will she enter my kitchen? Mama has come. Mama, thank God. Food yes, today I thank God, Mama, you have come. I will rest now. And all that. So Mama, tell me, is it fried rice you want to cook? Is it carrot I should do for you? Let's enter
the kitchen.
You are not, you see how I put it, it's an healthy boundary already. So you are not quarreling, You are not whatever. You are not fighting over who owns the kitchen.
Yeah.
So this one, it is not the other way around. It is not a disrespect to your in-laws. Like some example I said, don't come to my house without give me 1 week notice before you come to my house. Why will you call me? You don't just call me. So this is different. Like, oh, thank you so much, Mama. Mama, don't you think you know, by this time now I should be sleeping? Mama, don't you think as from 10 is ideal to call me that time? I will answer you very well. My eyes go down open. My eyes is shining down. Mama, please, don't be calling by 6 a.m. What is bringing that hair and all that? Or me and my husband is talking, you are calling my husband. So, but in a better way, that you are showing respect to the other person.
Okay, now do you feel having a relationship with your in-laws can actually help to solidify the home front?
Yes, I tell people it is very, very important to create relationship with your in-laws. So, but some persons will tell you, oh, in-laws are the worst things that will ever happen to you. But I tell people, create relationship with your in-laws because you don't know what tomorrow holds for you. Fine, nobody prays for anything bad to happen. But when it happens, what's next? You don't have anybody to cry to. So when the person pushes your head out, you don't have one person in that family
to actually fall back to.
So even though your own husband is the one even creating an unhealthy boundary with the parents, with the parents, with the family, you apply wisdom in doing it. Why? Because of tomorrow. Anything can crop up tomorrow. I've had scenario whereby the family of the girl, the son had, oh, this is okay, can go. Sister is the person you want to get married to. And at the end of the day, the guy became something else. And apparently she didn't have relationship with anybody in the family. And when the guy was like, I'm done with you, I'm no longer interested in this marriage, when she went to her family drove her because they saw ahead, but she was like, this is what I wanted. So they drove her away. So she didn't have anybody to fall back to. So I've seen scenario whereby when issues crop up, the person just call the sister-in-law like, I'm coming to your house, like, oh, my doors are open, come and stay. Then I will talk to my brother in the morning.
Okay, in that aspect now, how would a woman actually know, okay, this is a family that, you know, has opened their arms for me to come into the home? How would one know, and how would one know a red flag?
Do you know one funny thing? In the beginning, every woman knows a family that don't welcome them. They always know, it's always there. I tell people, when I enter a home, and it's even a 5 years old that said, I don't like this auntie, I hate her, I will run.
That's a red flag.
Yes, that's a red flag already.
But in the aspect where the man you're coming for, you know, loves you, likes you, adores you.
Yeah, that's what I want to say. They'll say, after all, it's not they are not the one I'm getting married to. It's the man I'm getting married to. Yes. But I tell you, I tell them as a professional, you are not only getting married to the man, you're getting married to
the family, everyone
in the family. So once you see the attitude from day one, the behavior, the like, I don't know my pikin see you bring come now on a good day, now woman wear fat, now we like see you be like who never they hungry. Those are already signs. So even though the guy is telling you, don't worry, and it's me you are getting married to and all that, things will change. At the end of the day, we'll find out that the influence will now be so much on the guy's attitude. I've handled a lot of cases like that. His attitude will just change. You will start hearing, he's my mother, I know how she suffered for me, so I have to...
Yes, I have to answer to the call of my mom.
My father, my father went on land to make sure who I am today. It's unfortunate that I got married to you. I have to please. Then at the end of the day, some of them even end up getting married to a second wife. Why? Just to please the family. So the signs are there through action words. So you look out for the verbal and non-verbal. Yes.
Okay, now how can couples identify unhealthy interference?
Yeah, unhealthy interference from in-laws, or maybe
yeah.
friends and people around you is someone barging into your house. Maybe me and my husband and wife are together in the bedroom, you're barging, like, hey, follow me, I want to see you. Like, oh, mama, please. I say, follow me, what is important you are discussing? Well, follow me, I want to see you. That is unhealthy. Then barge into the kitchen. Why are there plates?
Why haven't you swept
the home this morning?
Yes, why is everywhere messy?
So like, oh mama, I'm so tired. You know, I just gave birth. Is it Jesus you gave birth to? Are you the first woman to give birth to? Then giving you rules and regulation on in our family.
This is what we do.
This is what we do. This
is how women behave. A woman will marry into the family. This is their duties and all of that.
We don't give birth to CS in this family.
Okay. And that brings to you having to go and get a research. Before going to any home, any family, I guess the woman should go do their research before they get into a place that's it's like a game of not returning.
Exactly.
Anyways, if you just joined us, this is Woman to Woman. We'll be right back after the short break. Don't go nowhere. All right, if you just joined us, this is Woman to Woman, and today we're looking at setting boundaries with in-laws and friends. I love to, expatiate the fact that I don't think there is any marriage without friends, without friendship. You get to hear, oh, my friend told me this, my friend said this. So how can a home notice a red flag in one's relationship with a friend?
Especially when that friend is always talking down
on the husband, or the wife.
Or the wife, yeah, on your partner. Never sees anything good that the person is doing for you. Your partner is doing for you. And like, is it not somebody, the partner, husband or wife that just did? So what is the big deal, or what he has done that you are now high heavens and all that, and shows disrespect to your partner. So disrespect your partner, talk to your partner, and anyhow where you are. I think that can only come place the way you yourself place your partner. The person.
There goes the saying that says, the way you lay your bed, that's the way you lie on it.
So if you respect your partner, I don't think any friend will come and trample on your ears, talk down or insult your partner in your presence. So those are some of the signs you see. Never appreciative, maybe dressing, the way the person is talking, the income of the person is always talked down on, and making the person feel so little wherever you are. So such a friend, you just flee from such friendship and don't keep such a person as a friend. Then a friend that is always telling you, see what my husband
bought for me, what my husband did for me,
come and see, can't you see? Can't you see this one? So if it's affecting your mental state, so just...
Especially when you get to see some women, when they talk about their husbands, my husband got this for me, my husband. And funny enough, when you go do your research, you will not see one pain that the husband actually did for them. Now, again, when we talk about marriage now, are we to say that, okay, let's say for instance now, Mrs. Sharon, you're married, I am married. Do we keep company with those married women or single women? Now, some persons will be of the notion that once you're married, you should do away with your single friends. I don't know how true that is.
And to me, I don't believe in that school of thought.
Yes.
Because I believe you as an adult, you should know what is good for you. There's something I tell people when I hear somebody tell me that, oh, I've been on one before, is this my friends? Like, you see, we told you not to be keeping friends with single person. I'm like, don't say that. If it was not in your mind,
you would not do
yes,
it.
you would not do it.
Yeah.
So it was just a push.
You needed.
So, yeah, you needed. It was just the opportunity, the avenue. I said, so I always back it up with the scripture. I said, that's how the Bible says, I will not give you the temptation you cannot overcome.
Yeah.
So I said, okay, just like me now, as I'm seated here, I said, the mindset of go and rob a bank.
You can never come across.
Yes. I said, it's the one within my power that will always come across. So it's not left for me to say a yes or a no. I said, so that is how it is with friendship. So there are good single women out there that are even better than the married women, that will even put the married women in a straight path. Well. So it's not all to do with you as an individual. Always sieve what you take in as you keep your friendship with the opposite sex that are single or the females.
Okay. Now, in another notion, we get to see some persons, you know, start deleting numbers of their single friends. Now, this is coming from the husband telling the wife, okay, all your single friends, so you need to do away with them right now. Now, is that actually the right move to do at that particular time?
To me, I see it as a form of abuse, control over the individual. So the person can have maybe single friend, both male and female. We've come way back. So that's why we are talking of boundaries now. So it's not you that have to create the healthy boundaries with that person. So you know when to draw the line with the person, what to do with the person, because you don't know where you will need the help of that person tomorrow. And to like just cut off from people totally is me and you, maybe church or whatever. I don't want only married people in your life and all that. Then friends I knew, because life was fortunate for me to get married before them, I'll cut them off totally. So it is an abuse, it's control of that person so that the partner would be in charge of that person. But if the partner sees that that person is a strong negative influence, so I see reasons why you can like, oh, I don't want to see, and there's a way you put it to your partner, and the partner will see reasons why I need to give a space from that person.
Okay, so can the married person now, you know, have a discussion, intimate discussion, sensitive discussion with friends?
It depends on the relationship you keep with your friend. So like I said, it's not every information you put out there for the
like mental discussions,
and whatever. But if you find out that the abuse you are facing in the home
is more than what you can carry,
what you can carry, you can open up. So if like intimates or maybe all those intimates whatever, I don't see why you just sit somebody down and that is what you want to be
discussing
about. So it tends to even erupt some negative thoughts in the other person, and the person will want to like, oh, this person is, so that person is always too full of this his or her partner, let me go and really test and see. But the only time I tell people you can cry out, you can speak, is when the abuse
is getting
too much. You can't take it anymore. So have somebody you can confide in, you can speak with. So if it's what cannot be handled, you seek the help of a professional.
Okay, now do you believe that one can actually be in a marriage and don't have friends?
Yeah, there are people like that. There are people like that, and it's working for them, it's good for them. So there are people that also keep friends and all that,
and it's working
for them. So know what is good for you, what works for you, and all that. Like me, I have friends, but you see me, I hardly visit. But
just through phone calls and all of that.
Through phone calls, through chatting, I check up on them.
Okay, now before we go, let's quickly, have a review as far as the in-laws are concerned. So what should the women especially, now what should a woman do to have that, cordial relationship with her in-laws?
Yes, the first thing is having a positive mindset towards your in-laws. Not the mindset of what the society has said about in-laws.
Especially mother-in-laws.
Yes, mother-in-laws, that you have created the mindset that to let my mother-in-law die before I get married and all that. So by the time you create a positive mindset towards your in-laws, you find out that you are open. Even maybe you are being scolded, they criticize you when you do something wrong, you are open. So once in a while, I advise people, send messages to your mother-in-law. It's maybe she's celebrating, if it's every month's message. Birthdays, Mother's Day, and all of that. So appreciate, so it keeps that relationship with you. Going. So if you should know, like I said, everybody has their boundary and limit of what they can do. So if you know your limit is not to go and be sweeping house, washing clothes, it's fine. If you just to go and sit down and gist with her, I've come today to come and gist with you, fine.
So keep you company.
So if you are in school or taught her, I want to wash your clothes, I want to do this, I want to do, fine. So that is building relationship with you.
All right, thank you so much, Councillor Sharon, for taking out your time to be with us today. Now remember that a healthy marriage needs love, communication, and boundaries. Setting boundaries is not rejection, it is protection. Now the goal is not to shut people out, but to create a respectful space where marriage can grow peacefully. All right, so we'll be seeing again next week for another exciting time. Do have yourself a blessed day, and yes, remain blessed. Bye for now.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
This is Ahua Game, a popular game in Africa played by our ancestors to entertain themselves after each day of farming. It is also relevant in our coronation in Africa. It is a sport and indeed very interesting, as every seed had a role in the game. Playtime is 45 minutes per set. There is no age limit as long as you can spin Akwe seed. Ayo or Akwe game, known as the game of intellectual. This game requires a lot of mathematical skills. Akwe game is played with carved wooden box containing 12 holes.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best. The best.
And humans continue to coexist. Conflict is inevitable, but how we choose to handle those conflicts as they come up is what makes us either mature or otherwise. My name is Harry Agboje, and this right here is how I'd like to say welcome to yet another amazing episode of Flipside on Independence Television, reaching you live from the city of Benin. Now today we're going to be discussing something that has to do with conflict resolution. Now sometimes in life we tend to fall out with the people that we interact with. It's inevitable, like I said. It's not something that we can help. It's not something that is often planned. But, you know, because we have diverse values, diverse, belief systems, and diverse ways of thinking, these conflicts are bound to come up. But it is important that when they do come up, we find a way to, sort them out, to, iron things out, just so we do not eventually go our separate ways. Now, my name is Harry Agboje, and to do this with me are two amazing gentlemen. They are actually experts in their field. One of them is a public affairs analyst. He goes by the name of Omorogbe Dosere. Welcome on board, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Harry.
It's good to have you on the... Now, it's been a while. I think the last time we saw was like 2-3 weeks ago.
Yes.
All right, welcome on board. And of course, seated next to Omorogbe is an educationist and someone who's also very well-read. He goes by the name of Ramsey Abu Uwaila.
Thank you, Mr. Harry, and it's always a pleasure to be on the show.
And it is a pleasure to have you on the show as well. Now, conflict management and resolution. Like I said in opening, conflict is inevitable as long as we interact, as long as we, we have to deal with one another, okay? But how we go about managing and resolving such conflicts is what makes the difference. So if I were to ask you to define conflict, Ramsey,
of course,
how would you define it?
Conflict to me is a disagreement. It is things that are not healthy, issues that exist between people, persons. It could be inter, it could be intra, it could be intergroup. So as we go further from here, I think I will be throwing more light on those various types of conflicts. It could be seen as a disagreement that exists. It could be between between two parties. It could be within the person. It could be between groups. It could even be within the group. As far as we live as humans, there must be instances of disagreement. But how we disagree to agree matters a lot. And that is why we should look into it.
How we disagree to agree. And from what you've said, there is a difference between intra-conflicts and inter-conflicts.
Of course.
Okay, so when conflicts occur within groups, it's intra, right?
Yeah, when it is within the group, it is intra. When it is between groups now, it is inter-group conflict. When it is within a person, it is intrapersonal conflict. Then when it is between two individuals, it could become interpersonal conflict.
I'm particularly interested in the intrapersonal conflict part, but let me hear what Omorogbe has to say.
You know, conflict arises from when there's this struggle for agreement, like you said, when they are opposing view. I'm saying what is before me is a letter 6, the number 6, and you are standing at the opposite side of me and you are saying it is a 9, and I'm saying it's a 6. So in that case, we will need a third party who is non-biased to come in, evaluate and see what we are not okay with, contending with, and help us see or reach an agreement to understand better what's happening. And then many a times there are resolutions. Many a times no resolution. That's where the management comes in. We just look for a way to manage it, avoid things that could spike such conflicts from coming up again.
Okay, so in a nutshell, you're saying that conflict could also be defined as diverse views.
Yes,
diversity or opposing views.
Yes.
Okay, now what would you say is conflict management, and why is it important in our everyday life?
You know, we all come from different cultural, religious, and political backgrounds. So the way we relate from where we come from differs. You're coming from a background in somewhere at Benue, and you are now working with someone from, say, Port Harcourt. Your differences, you have differences, both political, both, what's it called, religious backgrounds. You know, you have different values. So there are things that I may do in my own sphere that isn't allowed where you come from. It becomes an issue. You become uncomfortable when I do it around you. I may not know because I'm not coming from your background.
Your own background, yeah.
But because if you don't tell me, it continues. And then I start noticing your emotions are changing towards me and you become agitated till we are able to identify you coming up with it and say, this thing doesn't all go well with me. You know, so we'll now have to look for a way to manage it. When I now know that this will not go so well with you, at that time where you are there, I can choose not to engage in whatsoever act I'm supposed to engage in that is not okay with you. So that is me managing it.
Okay.
So I'm managing it.
So it doesn't escalate?
Yes, so it doesn't escalate, because many are times when it does, it will lead to rancor, it will lead to unproductiveness, it will lead to rivalry. A lot of things will go wrong. No organization or society can grow when there's conflict. None can grow. There's no meaningful growth or development that can happen. Investors run away from areas where there are conflicts. You see them removing their staffs, investment, because everybody knows that you can't thrive successfully in a place where there's conflict. Yes. So it must be managed, because there are some that can be resolved. But when it becomes so, it must be managed so that we can all forge ahead, and it's a win-win for both parties.
Okay, now Ramsey, conflict management, why is it necessary?
Of course, it's very necessary because conflict is already part of existence. As you rightly said, you see, once we live as humans, we are bound to have diverse views, opinions, and all that. So because our opinions are different, there's bound to be a clash of opinions. So with that, conflict will arise. And once conflict arises, there is need for us to manage it, and must manage it appropriately. Now, most times in this part of the world, we see conflict management as something that is archaic or not even part of our culture. We want to always have a side where one particular party wins and the other becomes the loser. No. In conflict management, we must come to a common ground where both parties will be okay and say, it's a win-win situation. And with that, it simply means that we'll forge ahead to have a cordial relationship even after that particular conflict or situation. Now, the idea of managing conflict now should not be the onus that rests alone on the government or even the judiciary. As individuals and good citizens of this country, I think it's important and expedient we also learn how to manage conflicts. Right from the home, there are bound to be conflict between couples. You see a husband and a wife, the husband says, no, I want to eat this. The wife says, no, we ate this yesterday, we need to eat this. There's already conflicts there, and people take silence to be one of the resolution of some conflicts. It's not. It only breeds it, and it eventually escalates when one party decides to speak up. So it is important at the initial stage, have an issue that will just kill that idea of growing or making it nourishing conflict, because people do nourish it, and
people nourish conflict?
They just keep it in, they cork it in till the very day it becomes an outburst.
Could that be because they are avoiding avoiding a bigger problem.
They are avoiding conflicts. It could also be lack of. It could also be lack of communication. It could be the fact that they want to just let it feel like it does not exist, whereas it's already existing.
That's avoidance.
So the avoidance. So the best way to actually tackle it is, first, there should be communication. Let it be known. Establish the fact that there's already conflict. What's the next step on how to resolve and manage it?
So it begins with acknowledging that there is a conflict.
Yes, you acknowledge that there's a conflict. Then from there you work on it. You need to call the other partner. You need to understand. What we say and how we say it are two different things. Yes. People are so focused on what they say, but how they say it, we hardly even pay attention to it.
And then I guess the same thing applies to what we do and how we do it.
And how we do it.
Body language.
Body language. So you might want to say, I'm sorry. The tone in which we are saying I'm sorry carry more communication than even the words that you just use.
Is it possible to say I'm sorry in the wrong way?
You can say I'm sorry when you are not sorry.
Of course.
Mr. Harry, I'm sorry.
Exactly.
You mean, did you just apologize?
It's not
did you hear me? And I said I'm sorry. That is not how to say I'm sorry. It means I am doing this to fulfill righteousness. It is not from me, and it does not give the fact that I may not repeat that same thing tomorrow. I'm sorry should go with is an appropriate tone.
It doesn't show remorse.
It doesn't show remorse if you just drop it like that. I'm sorry. So people must learn to be polite. They must learn to also pay attention to how they say certain things. Sincere. Beside what they say, how they say it carries more information.
Should they also pay attention to the way it is received?
Of course. If you package it well, definitely it's going to be well received. So it is the packaging.
So I'm saying that, while you're saying it or while you're doing it, should you pay attention to the way the person is receiving it?
It should come from your heart.
Sincere.
And not from your head.
True.
Now, when it's from the heart, we will know. The tone, you cannot betray your emotions.
Yes.
It has a way of being a part of what you say. If you had this remorse to it and it's coming from the heart, definitely the person will know that this is a sincere apology. But if it doesn't come like that, then we'll fault the way he apologized. And that's why you see the other party say, no, this one is not okay. We must get to the root of this and all that. Because the apology was not sincere. So,
and it's easy to tell when an apology is not sincere.
It's not sincere. It's very easy to tell. Easy. Paralinguistically, body language, there are other things that communicate apart from our words. People pay more attention to these things. And this guy is saying he's sorry. But why is he saying he's sorry? Some say he's cocky, he's purpose. Can you see he's haughty? He just said I'm sorry, but he's not saying I'm sorry. So if you are sincere about it and you really want to manage the conflict or resolve it, you say I'm sorry from the heart and not from the head. There is need for us to manage conflict because conflict has come to stay. As humans are living in a society that is full of people of diverse opinion, there is bound to be conflict. But how we manage it matters a lot.
How we manage it matters a lot. Now,
also what he just said, you see, when the apology is sincere, friendship is strengthened.
Okay.
You may hear the other person say, okay, I erred in this area. And say, okay, and there is proper reconciliation.
Yeah.
Friendship, they may end up shaking hands or hugging it out. And that is
the end of the problem.
Yes. But when it's not, the person may not even bring it up again and decide to start not saying something he is going to do to harm the other person, because after all the person had done, coming to apologize, you are still cocky. So it means you were not sorry and it's going to happen again. So in a bit to avoid it, the person says no. Then also, there is something I know we also have here in this part of the country, in Edo State. I grew up. We have places for resolving these things. We
conflict resolution.
Yes. In fact, it's almost in each street. You see there's an Ojon way. Because conflict is here. As long as we are here, there's going to be conflict. You see two people come to meet the street head to say, we had issues. Many a times maybe regarding this person threw dirty to my compound, or his trees, the leaves, they blow into my compound, or the issue of land.
Something as basic as that.
Yes, he shifted my beacon. And they say, okay, we will gather every other person in this street. All the landlords will meet at a particular time and then deliberate on the issue. So we've been enjoying that. We've been enjoying that. Though it's the Western world is not throwing more light on how best. That is it's a broad topic entirely.
Okay.
So it's not giving us more ways to handle it, and also to know that you can manage it in places when it's not resolved. You can manage. They now tell you, okay, don't
so there
enter.
Is a difference between management
and resolution.
Of course.
Yes. Resolution is when the apology, for instance, like we talked earlier, is sincere and we shake hands on it or hug it out. But when it's not, we can choose to manage to say, okay, I don't cross his path, he doesn't cross my path. So I don't do what's going to offend him, he's not going to do the same. We are managing it, but we've not resolved.
In addition to that, when we manage, we are being proactive.
Okay.
We don't want it to escalate. When we resolve, we are not being reactive.
Okay.
It has come to an end positively. Like, how do we put an end to this and all that? So most times, it is even good we manage these things before it gets to that zenith, that climax, where most times it can go out of hand and all that. Because you see people trying to settle. And we're going to settle this dispute, we're going to do this. And these are the same people that were there while this thing were growing to that extent.
Yes.
So they didn't manage it from the initial stage. Okay. So when you manage conflicts, most times you find out that both parties will just go home fulfilled and happy.
Yes.
The idea of, no, if you will try it next time, it's because you were not satisfied with the way the conflict was managed. That is why you say, no, it's not this and all that. There are some things you manage them and you don't even need to spend thousands of money for litigation and all that. So it is very good as humans, we should open our hearts to conflict management.
Okay.
Conflict has come to stay in the society. Definitely we will disagree, but we are going to manage this disagreement. It is the unmanaged disagreement that eventually will cause negative effects in society. But those that are managed positively, of course it will be resolved and everybody will be happy.
All right, thank you very much, Ramsey. It's still Flipside on Independent Television, and we're discussing conflict management and resolution. We shall be going on a break now. The program continues afterwards. Please stay tuned.
Because you've offended him, and that thing, a lot of people don't have to know. Emotions also play a bigger role. Emotions. Yes, temperament also. Temperament also. So if you have a conversation that goes the wrong side with someone who is very tempered, you have to run away because he's going to come after you.
No matter the nature of the conversation.
He's going to come after you because you've offended his ego, you've made him angry, so there will be an outburst. And if it's not well controlled, it could become physical.
All right, Ramsey.
In
causes of conflict.
Yes, I think the major cause of conflict is impoliteness. When people tend to have their face saved, when you have this idea of saving people's face, you hardly get into trouble with anybody. As humans, we have an ego to protect or massage and all that. So when you try to downplay people's integrity, make them feel like a nobody, you always call for conflict. It's just like what you don't want others to do to you, don't do it to others.
The golden rule.
The golden rule. So if you have this golden rule and you know how to meander, maneuver your ways through people in a way that you make them feel that this is somebody, you respect and you save their face, you respect their personality, you always have conflict.
Are there people who deliberately, want to belittle others?
Of course, that's what we call behavioral dysfunctionality. There are people that just want to see others under their feet. They want to see them as the subservient. They want to see them as the inferior. They always want to see themselves as the superior. They see those other people like people that don't even have a say. They are to be seen and not heard. And humans don't want that. Even a man that is begging you for something, he's still holding a little integrity and dignity. So if you massage the integrity, he will go well for him. But if you remind him that he's begging, he might even ask you, okay, bros, forget about it, don't worry.
Yes.
I'm okay. So it simply means that as humans, we have that atom of integrity, that pride in us, dignity. So anybody that is able to protect it for us, that person will not always run into trouble with us.
True.
So the major one is impoliteness. People should learn how to be polite in their workplace, in the society, anywhere, in school, be polite. In language, in body language, in behavior, everything, be polite. When you are polite, you hardly could have problem with people.
I think I agree with you. Now let's take a look at some of the types of conflicts. Okay, because I believe most times when we hear of conflict, the first thing that comes to mind is the basic quarrels, disagreements between us. Okay, but are there different kinds of conflict?
Of course. There are even subtypes of conflict. Let's start with the people involved. Going by the parameters of using people involved, you have the intrapersonal conflicts. This is a conflict that happens. The one that happens within you as a person.
So it's possible for somebody to be at conflict.
Conflicting ideas and value. This morning, I was thinking, should I just put on native or just wear my sleeve? That alone, there's already a conflict. There's a disagreement. But it happens to me. It is me. It is intra. It is within. It is intrinsic. It is mine. Now, when the conflict is now between an individual and another individual, I will say it is interpersonal. Now, people involved now, they are still persons, but this time it is between a person and another person. Harry said, no, I want it like this. I said, no, it should be like this. Yes. So we are already having a disagreement. That is a conflict. But when the conflict is now within a group, it is intra-group conflicts. Now, it is within the group because members of the group, they did not agree on a particular thing. Some are saying this, some are saying this. Within the group, now it's intra.
But when it is not in one group.
In one group. Or if it is not between two groups, it will not be inter-group conflicts. Now, Group A versus Group B.
Conflict with Group B.
With Group B. So Group B is saying, I want this. Group A is saying, I want this. Now, it is not between a group. So we have this type of conflict based on the people involved. We could as well have conflict based on the issue on ground. Some conflicts are functional. Those are conflicts that are healthy at the end. It helps us to resolve a particular thing.
Yeah, I was actually going there.
Yeah.
Like, do we have, healthy conflict?
Of course we do. We do. There are some conflicts you have with someone that will bring out the best in you.
Yes.
It's also bring out the best in the other person.
True.
But one thing about...
But that actually depends on how it is managed, right?
Of course, that is why the management must come in. It is a healthy rivalry. Healthy one. You might want to top your class because someone said, no, I'll top this class. And if you are giving up, you remember, someone should be reading by now. He has promised to top this class, and I gave him my word. So let me go and read. That's a healthy one. So we should not rule out conflicts totally. There are some conflicts that are functional, that help. Some are latent. It is not obvious. It's just there. You see a husband and a wife already having tension. They are already having conflict, disagreement in the house based on the next payment for the house rent, the rentage. They've not paid. It's there. They haven't talked about it, but it's just there. That tension is there. The woman is not looking too good. The husband is not looking too good. They started shouting at the children unnecessarily and all that. So the conflict is latent. It's not open. So such conflicts, you need to speak up. Communication should be a key in conflict management. Let people know how you feel. You don't communicate using your body language these days. Be open. Talk about it.
How do people communicate using their body language?
People do a lot. They assume. They believe that you know what you've done.
Yes, it's not be at times.
Most times it's just snob.
But is that not a possibility too? Is it not possible for somebody to be aware of what they've done, but play dumb?
No, most times, some persons are not even aware of what they've done. Either by actions or inactions. So they'll be very sure that they know what they are doing. Why not just tell them? What you did last time, I don't like it. This is what you did. Oh, you mean you took offense? You say, yes, I'm sorry. It was coming from the heart of, now I understand.
I had a case in university where I called someone, baby, in his native tongue. I loved the language, but I didn't know what it meant.
Okay.
It went on for a semester. Till one day he called me and said, I don't like you calling me a baby.
Baby.
Like I'm a child. I said, is that what that means? He said, yes. I said, I'm very sorry. I never knew. I thought it meant my friend. Yeah. And he said, no. I didn't know. And he had this coldness at times towards me. So I didn't know.
You didn't quite understand why.
I didn't quite understand why. So it would have lingered if he hadn't spoken up.
Yeah.
Okay, so Ramsey, take it off from there. Like you actually
we need to start communicating. Yes. If you don't feel cool about anything, let the person involved know that what you just done, I am not cool about it. This is wrong, and the person is mature enough. The person says, I'm sorry. This is not the aspect in which I'm taking it from. Then you can easily just resolve and the friendship continue. But you're cocking it up to say he knows what he's doing and start communicating non-verbally, using body language.
Like the example he just gave, if the guy in question had not made it known to him, he wouldn't have known.
And it took some time before the person even wanted to say, okay, this is what is happening and all that. So that is what we must encourage people to do now, to start communicating. That man there, that woman there who has offended you and you think the person knows what he or she is doing, he doesn't know. go and meet him. Oh God, this is what you did on the particular day. They will respect you for it, for even communicating.
Yes.
For even saying this is what you've done. The person will just... So communication is key in resolving conflicts, in managing conflicts. We must speak up. Even in court, they want to hear from both sides.
True.
That's the power of communication. How do you feel? Are you guilty or not guilty? Okay, what do you have to say? You know, when you listen to people, it gives them this privilege of, I want to be heard, I want to be understood, so I should just say the truth, I should forget about things. What they do most times, they are very quick to, what some persons do most times, they are very quick to just cut in. They don't listen, they only hear. They want to be the first to speak.
Almost quick to interrupt.
They want to interrupt. Let that person hear his or her grievances. Let the person express his or herself. Listen to the person. By listening alone, you are a step forward in resolving and managing the conflict.
Very true.
People want to be listened to. So communication, listening, they are all important in conflict management. With this, I think we're going to have less conflict in society. And conflict resolution also, I think they should inculcate or impute it into our curriculum. Many people don't know about conflict management and resolution. Sure. They just believe the only way you can resolve issue is by creating more violence.
So going to the police immediately.
Now, is it possible to have experts in the field of conflict resolution?
I think there are experts already.
Are there experts?
Of course.
Are they trained?
Well trained. That is a course in some university.
Yes.
They have the course.
If it does exist, then it's a novel thing, because I don't think it existed.
It's a novel thing in this part of the world.
Okay.
Other same clients that have developed, they know things about conflict resolution. Why do we even have this too much litigation in courts?
Exactly.
Because most time we don't have alternative. And even the alternative we have sometimes, they like referring the case back to the court of law.
True.
But in the court of law, what did they say? Are they not going to use this, the amount to resolve it? They must appeal to your conscience.
What you're suggesting is that we have
alternative resolution centers or mechanisms for cases like this, for different type of issues, so that the court will not be battling with backloads of cases, litigations.
And a lot of times, some cases are even thrown out of court because of lack of merit.
At the end, they will go home and settle it. This is the same ordeal way.
Okay.
Exactly.
That they not involved initially. That the ordeal will not settle the issue.
All right, thank you very much, Ramsey. It's still Flipside on Independent Television. We're discussing conflict resolution and management. We shall be going on another break. The program continues right after that. Please stay tuned.
ITV, certainly the best.
It's still Flipside on Independent Television. Now, gentlemen, I'd like us to take a look at another very important factor in all of this: emotional intelligence. Now, how do you think emotional intelligence helps to, manage conflict or to avoid it completely? Let me begin with you, Omar.
When you know a particular communication or a particular type of greeting will offend someone else or someone you say it to, you would avoid it, because you will see that he or she is not pleased with what you've said, so you avoid it. Even within, among spouse, there are some things you say and she says, stop saying this, I don't like that statement. You have to now stop, because she also voiced it and making it easy for you. But we weren't really taught on how to identify emotional intelligence. We weren't, but we could see that, okay, this person has changed from the way he was relating with me to a different way, signifying that something is not right somewhere.
That you might have said or done something.
Yes. So if you are not smart to detect the time it happened and know what you may have said or what you may have done, you may just come and the person says, whenever you return these files, always keep them this particular order, or always enter them, and you come, you drop it, you go, you know, it becomes an issue. When you come in the other time and the person is not answering you or he's not looking at you, you're not having the little jokes you normally will have in the office space, you're not, you know, so you must, we learned that from the little things we see. And when some other people will voice out and say, I don't like what you said or what you did, or you hit me when you were moving, I didn't like you didn't say sorry and stuff like that. So emotional intelligence, we learned some from what we saw, and when all the persons that were affected, they voiced out. That's how we've learned it, and we adapt to it, and then we try to understand them when it happens. We try to take note and make corrections at that time.
All right. Now, Ramsey, is it really possible to be able to identify some of those things that people find offensive? For example, some persons don't like it when you call them certain pet names. To you, it's just a pet name, right? But to them, it's an insult, right? So, is it possible to be able to identify all of the things that some persons are likely to find offensive?
You see, when we say emotional intelligence, it is not everybody that it is not everybody that really has this emotional intelligence. Sure. Some persons are just academically intelligent, some of them are socially intelligent, few are emotionally intelligent. When you are emotionally intelligent, you should know when some certain jokes has gone beyond jokes.
Yes.
You should know what to say, how to say it, and where to say it. You should know that there are some form of communication you pass across, not embedded in what you say explicitly, but they are implicitly implicated. Asking a young man who just got married, now you finally married this girl, you try. That is no longer a congratulation.
No.
That is no longer wishing the young man well. The young man wants to raise eyebrows and start asking questions. What do you mean by that? Because that statement was pregnant. There are so many things. In fact, it was ambiguous. You can generate possible meanings from it.
Yes.
So an emotionally intelligent person will not make such statements in that kind of situation. So when we say people are not emotionally intelligent, you can be very good in school, you have all the A's, you are bright and all that, but you don't know when to put an end to some certain things. You don't know when to use some certain joke. You don't try to protect and save people's face. Therefore, you are not emotionally intelligent.
True.
I think everybody should sit down and say, what is it I'm saying? What will be the repercussion? What is my aim? What do I want? What is the rationale behind this statement I just made? What do I want to achieve with this? If you think of these things before you say anything or do some certain things, you hardly have conflicts or issues with people. So this emotional intelligence is what people can just sit down, psychologically think, what will be the consequences of this statement? How will this person take it?
Or what would it sound like?
Now,
even if it's not intended that way.
That way.
Say back to him as a person.
Yes. So you should put the person first. Think of the possible interpretation before you use some certain jokes or some certain words. There are some jokes that someone will take when he's alone, but when he's his spouse or family members, he will not want to take such a joke again because the situation has changed. So you must look at your situation before some certain words comes out from you. No one that will say it's different professional have their jargons, different situations have different words that we're supposed to use there. So if we gaffe or misfire, it is we are using the wrong statement in a particular situation and it does not fit in.
Maybe in the wrong context.
In the wrong context, and that is lack of emotional intelligence. So I think emotional intelligence is something that everybody should have or sit down to think about. Think of the consequences and repercussions of every statement you make concerning another person. How are you going to feel? Are you saying it to belittle him? Or what is the end result of what you are doing?
What's your motive?
What's your motive? Okay, you can use a word, and embedded in that word are things you said but you did not say. By implication, contextual usage, by inference. Oh, okay, I will soon be leaving. Please, allow Cynthia to wash these clothes. I want them to be clean. Please don't wash it. You just told the next person he does not know how to wash clothes. But you didn't say so. But you said so.
But could it, I mean, is it possible that, such a thing is said, but that's not what is intended? For example, if I say, like the example you just raised, I want this thing to be washed. I want Cynthia to wash it. You don't wash it. It could be that I don't want to put you through the stress of washing it.
I want Cynthia to wash these clothes clean. Please don't wash it. It simply means Cynthia knows how to wash better. You don't know how to.
Very clear.
That is where the diverse aspect of communication comes in. Pragmatics is looking at what you said that is embedded in your words, but are not carried by the words.
Okay. Let me explain what I'm trying to say. Is it not possible that the person that's telling Cynthia to wash it does not want the other person to wash it?
It's possible.
Because he doesn't want the person to undergo the physical, should I say, hurdles of washing it.
The situation in which or where that particular statement was used matters a lot.
The circumstance.
Yes. The circumstances, the context, the relationship you have with Cynthia and the other person.
Yes.
So Cynthia is going to look at these things.
It must be properly communicated.
If you tell Cynthia and the other person is of Cynthia's age, probably they are just rivals in terms of they want to win brother's hearts by doing some things for brother. And brother is not saying, I want these clothes to be clean. You don't watch. You watch. Of course, they know what you're saying.
Okay, but if it's spoken on a neutral ground, I could say, I don't want you to wash it because I know you've been working all day and I need you to rest.
Better. You have made it explicit. You have disambiguated it. It can no longer generate more than one possible meaning.
Okay, so
that's because you have emotional intelligence. Okay. You don't want to bruise our ego. Okay. You don't want her to feel bad. Yes. Then you know how to construct it. So everybody should just imbibe this emotional intelligence whenever you are communicating or dealing with people. It helps a lot.
Okay, thank you very much, Ramsey. That was a very brilliant one. Now, Omorogbe, there's a particular example that you shared while we were break. I would like you to share it again, because you see, I believe a lot could be learned from that.
Yes.
Yeah. So go ahead. Let's hear it.
Like as I was saying during the break, there's this. There are persons who make caskets, and I saw this in the movie. And this elderly man was greeted by the person making the casket, and he greeted the casket maker and said, "How is business?" And the person said, "Ipa, I'll work here."
Okay.
And the man,
okay, we're looking at you.
I'm waiting for you. Okay. And then the man had taken certain steps. It rang differently in his head. And why is this guy saying he's waiting for? I'm not ready to go yet. And why is he waiting? And he came back and said, "What's the meaning of the statement?" And I said, "I just greeted him." He said, "No, there are a lot of meanings he's reading to it, and they are negative." And so they became a bit physical. So that means that that other man, though he would want to sell his business, lacked emotional intelligence. He shouldn't have made such a statement. So he may have just said it from his heart. Like he just went out without him having self-restraint.
Yeah.
That may have been his thoughts before now. It may have been his thoughts. So it wasn't right at all.
Okay, because a lot of persons might say, well, he might just have said it out of, but I believe it's also that's where it becomes important for you to scrutinize the things in your head before voicing them out, because a lot of persons don't know what you have in mind. Okay, that's where it's important for you to explain to them, so that you don't say them and begin to
start explaining.
Exactly, explaining begin to explain what you mean. Well, we shall be going on another break now. The program continues afterwards. Please stay tuned. Lap of this episode of Flipside on Independence Television. Now, I would like us to examine certain situations where words are misconstrued. Okay, for instance, we have cases where somebody greets you as an elderly person, or somebody greets an elderly person, and the elderly person, instead of seeing it as a mark of respect, feels offended. In Benin, we know that respect is something that is
very important.
You understand? We take it we take it very seriously. All right. And let's say somebody greets an elderly woman and says "Koye," and then the EA in question, asks her, "Idien you are," meaning, "Am I older than your mother?" Now, the person that greeted the EA is, did it as a mark of respect. But the EA in question feels offended because she probably thinks she's trying to make her feel older than she actually is. Isn't that a problem in itself?
Yes, it is a problem. But you see, also, because of the way we were raised, there's a sharp decline. Normally, when he greets, if it's the language he greets, like maybe, for instance, I'm greeting Lako. If I should greet her Lakunye, she's not going to get offended.
Okay.
He may greet Laveze, she will not be offended. But by the time she says Koye, she may be a Benin greeting Iye, but because the parents don't have that way of greeting inculcated into her, the way the family greets, Iye may see it differently. And most people don't want to feel old. Some people delight in being
young. That's young.
While some delight in being very young. So by the time you do it, you were trying to respect her, accord her with respect as an elderly one, but she sees it differently. It becomes an issue. So the best thing, many at times, you start apologizing profusely before that is. In fact, at times, they will come and tell your mommy in the house and say, this is what you said. And your mom also would want to apologize on your behalf, even though what you have said was not intended the wrong way.
All right, Ramsey.
Yeah, for that EA that decided to respond that way, I think she has an identity problem.
Okay.
The truth is, once you are...
And there are some of us who actually do have that identity.
Yes, of course, that's another problem. Once you are old enough to be a mother to anybody in Benin, the right word we could use for you is EA. EA to us is general. Anybody who's old enough to be our mother is called EA. If I say call EA and you say it simply means you have a problem with your identity. And I shouldn't battle the words with such people. Because there are, in Benin, what we have different form of greeting. In the morning, our morning greetings, like you rightly said, Lavi, Lavizi, and all that. That's in the morning. But if it's not in the morning, you want to greet generally, you can just say Koi. And most non-Benins, the first greeting they learn in Edo is Koi.
Very true.
So if someone say Koi, most time you might even be that, and it's in the morning, it might be that the person is not Benin, so they don't have their family salutation and all that. So it will be very wrong for such a woman to say, that is identity, because she doesn't want to grow old, and there's you can't cheat nature. Everybody must grow old. You like use all the pancake or everything on planet Earth, the skin will react to old age. As time goes, wrinkles will come and all that. So she can't defy nature. She can't cheat nature. So very soon, either within or very soon, the time will tell on her that she's getting old, and that person will also call her Koyi. Okay. And to me, that's not a problem. It's just the woman that has an issue. But the problem is, if you now see an elder in the morning, who is able not to be your father or your mother, you decide to say Bowie. She asks you a question, am I your mate? Are we mates? But Bowie is like good morning for age mates. You're supposed to greet according to your family lineage. Mine is Lavi, I'll say Lavi. Say, hey, from the greeting, they can even know the family you are coming from.
The annoyance could be justified.
Then she's teaching you morals, and at the same time bringing back the culture to say this is the right way to do it. But the one that is trying to drag the club with children, wear jeans and all that, we see how some of them who use different colors on their face, like that. So I think those ones should, there are even people that we should do away with in our society in the first place. Because growing old is supposed to be something that you celebrate. It's a thing of joy, not you trying to deny the fact that you are no longer getting older and all that. So that's what.
All right. As we begin to wrap up, Omorogbe, what's your final analysis? Conflict management and resolution.
I think, like he said earlier on, if we can have this at the basic learning for children, they start learning this. It should continue through the secondary and then the tertiary span for any course you are doing. You must go through it.
So you think conflict management and resolution should be introduced at the fundamental stage?
It will help solve a lot of issues we have. It will help us sort out many communal, many political, religious issues that come up. Because like he said, someone is greeting and is being misinterpreted. If there is this understanding from when you know how to sort it out, it wouldn't degenerate to anything harmful. So that will help us a lot. It will.
All right, teaching conflict management and resolution from the
cradle.
From the cradle. From primary to the tertiary institution, children should know that there is a concept of conflict management and resolution. They should first seek management or resolution to conflict instead of going further to escalate it.
Yes. All right, Ramsey, in your own final analysis.
Conflict definitely is part of society. People in living society are diverse opinion. There's bound to be conflict, but then we should learn to manage it, or as well resolve conflicts.
Yes.
People should embrace resolution and management of conflicts. People should know that it is not always a win all the time. It should be a win-win. There are room for you to
you lose some.
Yeah, you win some, you lose some. There are room for you to avoid. You can compromise.
Yes.
You can as well accommodate.
Collaborate.
Some diseases and things that don't have cure, you accommodate it, you manage it. So it just happens. That doesn't mean you are weak. It simply means you are more intelligent than the other party involved. To avoid conflict.
You're thinking you are more, or trying to appear more intelligent than the other party involved. Isn't it possible that that could also lead to conflict?
No, you are not trying to. It is what you are already doing.
All right.
And if the person says, wait, no, the person will know that this person is too mature for me to have issues with. Okay. Don't forget, conflicts always breed anger. And anger is just a letter different from danger. So if you resolve conflicts, then the anger will not come. And if the anger doesn't come, we're not going to be in a dangerous situation.
All right, gentlemen, thank you so very much for this amazing analysis. I want to say a big thank you to you for making today's episode so interesting, and I'm hoping that we're able to do this again same time, some other time. Well, it's been Flipside on Independence Television. It's been a very, very interesting conversation. I want to say a big thank you to every single one of you out there. My name is Harry Aigbo J, and until I come your way again, same time, same station next week, do the right thing, stay out of trouble, and learn to manage conflicts. Bye for now.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Ugieni Madonna, imagine Overo, always near Agbo, Manazo, or Ugieni Madonna.
You will have to serve the community for 30 years before you come to this stage. They will ordain you to your title. Then by then you are one of the elder.
This year now, we don't read the year, so that's why we can't do this year. Historically, joining the Elders Council, an individual must have reached a certain age and must have made significant contributions to the community through leadership, service, or other meaningful ways. There was jubilation in the community as sons and daughters of Okada, both at home and in the diaspora, trooped out to be part of the ceremony, with various homes of the initiates agog with festivities. Friends and well-wishers of those initiated into the Elders Council jubilated at the Ogwedion after performing all traditional rites. The elders, known as Edion, in company with their loved ones, danced to their various homes where guests and family members were entertained.
ITV, certainly the best.
The Igwe Festival is the colorful and crowd-pulling festival in Benin Kingdom. The Igwe Festival is an annual event that is celebrated by all Benin, both at home and abroad, to mark the end of the Benin year and to usher in a new year with a renewed hope for peace and prosperity. The annual Ugie Festival is centered on the Oba of Benin as the Oba takes the center stage. This year's Ugie commences with Otuigwoba. The Oba, sitting at his throne, gives out kola nuts to chiefs in order of seniority.
ITV, certainly the best.
celebrate another exciting time on Heritage with yours sincerely, Oluije Oyekokai. Wherever you are, get ready as we will be bringing tradition, culture down to your doorstep, as we will be definitely taking a ride down to Delta State to go see Ubuluku traditional dance. Yes, talking about the costume, the beats, the drum beats, the music, yes, and of course the way they move their body. So wherever you are, come along with me as we take a ride down to Delta State. Don't go away. Ubuluku traditional performed by the women, and the dance is specifically associated with the history, culture, and the spiritual traditions of the Ubuluku Kingdom in Aniocha South, Delta State. The dance, often referred to as a part of Ubuluku celebration, is rooted in the narrative of bravery. The Ubuluku traditional dances are believed to have begun when a great ancestor, often recognized as Ezenu, a renowned hunter and healer, and his children celebrated a victory over a potential conflict. This is the root of these dance steps. However, the dance is described as a dance that celebrates bravery and the wisdom to lead the people. Ubuluku women dance is a central component of the people and is performed annually. The dance is spiritual and rituals to cleanse the land. The dance serves to promote unity, cultural pride, and to celebrate the community heritage. Traditional dance is deeply tied to the history of Ubuluku cultural norms, either in agriculture, social, or spiritual practices.
Yeah, these are the Otonyo Gani Bodipe of Oboloko. They are here to train us. That's the third group. They are here to train us with their performances. Please watch and enjoy.
sure you will agree with me that it certainly has been an exciting time, mind-blowing at that, on Heritage Today with yours sincerely, Oluije Oyikokai. We did take a look at Ubuluku traditional dance, yes. So we'll be seeing again next week for another exciting time. Do have yourself a blessed day. Bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best. ITV, certainly the best.
Wabotao, Edonewa, Edenewa iri, Wabi Negekai, Wabi Daniho. Egere se Mayadu Gie, Ibota, Ibotana, Okbe Nogiswe, Naya Bwedo Ade, Ogiswe, Naya Sie Mokoko, Naya Sie Bekoko, Ayariwa Otane, Besori Madwatoka Mama, Emwani ni Nokwa, Aga Webo, Naya Hemina Hiae, Vinaya Inye. Oibota ota mai ota anyowa benu kisema gmonwe benu ya nyikere ni ade wo moe ade ota no ota ni makiari la dare na ke yere no yino no zuma lele wo tedo eso we mi esi no eso we mi dano o ewe o keke no ori owo boy yoto ora bo nana mi ewe bi no do mana he eso be ri aseri owe ote brefu odo enze unde we awodo ni eme eso we o makeke kaka onaze mana wona mulade na ya wi bude yo na domiki na he imi no keke iyima na ogun egun eme na okere magwe iyima an atu ni no gba yima eho usioma orewa iyima boke on watokbe meto me na owo mu no de na oye ile uhe pastor Kabari iri ma no we no mo mu no we ugina ero wania ona zena we nigade nido imudi ane even ma gba kan ni kataba o iwe o wa no ku bo eku no ro wodo bi no do manae oke di uto odomae oke do befu odomae ni mai wa ho kike na ni anoyi ma we na mo na lade na diai oke iwe oku na bowa obo ifune o wa ni ara aye oye we wa ni maye no mai fun agbese ana na gwa lo wo be oku na ke lae ona do mi o wa ni ebo eri amoye o mi o wa ni ebo ona ha modo we mi o wa pa ni tawada boy na do lao odo na rigo na ya asa ana lawani ogbukpe ha gbukpe nebo ya sukpise ino do mana he wi go ni asa epo go kiyen ojo ori aduwa ni ho ni ri de yo to ho mi owu ara do duiko ba ka yi mo yi odo we ma ri o to yin ma ebo wa ala wo ma we agi mo yo wa na jina odo na we onya wa ni na mo yo wa ni ye o wa ya ye ma na we agi wa ta ma ya ye na gbode na temata ogwana nuwe yena ogo obukhana nori awa eno bana na gbube ba yana so oni rie ma we pe me ade ni eke asa yowana owo kin ga asana ni epo agba ya le lerere ni ana mi go ya asa ana we na mo ladia eso we ko ni ma we se eso we mo mana we na we gbegun ayo uru no zedo ejima ma when we retire na egbe ere wa mi igo ko ya bo wa ino mana tamodo emi dano emi esi no
emi dano go rioto o matamoda fun ofu o metin bioto o metin bowa so pa ona ga ofu no robodo go mana tamoda fun uni me no gba boge ne mata opia o uta opia unwa o odo o osalobu anu pogeva ogofu opia odion ugbe yen ugbe ro gbodo we me go nu we kan ya mi to ogu tamoda fun uge ori kwe o mana kwe we ri uzo seyo we utama dogo na opia no kwiesi yo hian suwe ya go aluto
dona ga okwiesi
hem yo hian suwe ya go aluto yo hian mudia buwe buwani sukpa nu we ya ni uto nu ya buwa be no da fon ma oga hon ege no riri ya hon o pe ani mana ku egui egbo tian gui e ko kian ri
wese
domosa
ya ri no tare on da do ya ekbita we o pe amenye o gbe so pe na yen ise yin aji ege na no tene na na ladian meke wi no ta no bu makedo mo ladian me peti ugena oge ibota eso we mu dunyi modo lori ayuwa e ma tagile no we odeso omo nyile no anyi iya bo ameru wajire na miewe ona roge no paroge megibe nota serio ara de doka we okpana ya uge ma we ini ene bo wania otonera ile ya ga hune 100 by 100 no yerige anyanyo da asie osekoko ari kinana danyo wa danyo gbeso osiloho yina yiti ewe yina be ana ego kere ke ti odo ni we lare odo me yina ego we na ya so gbe ona be biliri la wo wa mimu na re no wina so pa gbeso ya gbuzole a gbozole va gbeso pe de ano ya mo ho yi ute oga rodo oga ire wa gi egun na le kalubi ya o na wo ri sege yina ana ego kere ni eri oto ni eso ya ye makazi oni yina de go la de nego gi ma ya so na ya gbolu yo otonare munu eri ma wa re erowi dana ona we ni eri yina de 800,000 yina de ana ya gbolu yere gada we yina we bo ye so igbena owe na ya mweke yo oni ni boti e feeling na ye kai ha aka be ke ba temu ara be woma ye na de 12 trip ye na de ne owo ri mo ayo ye gi sira no 12 ye de no be wana ni ge ya kai ba owo we tipa strike e de tipa no nya e gbe mara no nya tipa re rebu orere lukune e de wa ta amari ni amawo de be mo yo e no wa no mu yi ni akeka ofonoro ha pe ana ogura ori ke ise zo ni ana wa wo be ri go re ori ere e mo na wa ga te mele mo na ga la university na ze de we ni yo to owo ezeyin eye zeyo wo na la wi na ya zedio ina agwa lu to kereri ni awe mu dari ke wa kwa mu ne ogwa di yo unda ye na do ja o ya se gbe mi na re wo wa o we zeyo yo pa azire da yo pa wona aye na o ze ni na ila wa la e atobi eri to ni e bo unda si so ma mo gbagbo yen se ti de zo bo ni lele egbe eri yo owo ni tamame ina wo gbe mu pa gbogbo re e ma ta de na da de ni opi ade dobu no ma zi agbo a mo ko na mi ewe e ko mu di ake we ni egere iwe ni na ya ma so kun ye no bi ani ma wo ni gbe egbo wo do bia di bude wa ri ni ya mi a bi a ke ma gbe ya o ko we kinia
wa we si pie so waro no ji ko ni ni me egbe na tana pia no ma mo gbagbo we ma bo ma ge no oko no metin go we bo ma dia nu ya gwezio benu wa ya bo eso waro oko awa mo go ni awe da fun me ya gun me ri oto ni oko ni mi emi to emi go ora wa gun ogwe iyan ta wara
eyan gele uta
iyan da fe no nya wara
ya gele no
ige bae eze ige isuku oge mo ha upon da yoko ni kun e ma we to de yi mo kun egbopo be ri oyen na gbe gbobo ehin wa kun amuno pe ani tokian si o ne gbe egbe poweri omo bobo wa le o le rundu ni wo pe abi nda ga en go me 1 naira o mi o ga en go me sele o mi o ma na ri ene okori de so ne gbe mi be do ko ni ge sunu de ye o pe ani yin kun igo gunye o do bo wa le te o yin me no gba so pan o yin mi pe ani bun o sie ni kwo ni bun na we pe iwerio
wesi edolowo me wa ho ni yi mana ya na ege yi ma opoko atu an mata no owe emi osi mi oke ke ni ma bu te eru mana we oko egwo ma dioma gi agba mu so gi agba ma oko kini ni bi no wa kai owe de baezis iyo agbon lagba ma ebi no wana ati help meet gi akoko we na sira okukin okbiara zuru mama gbon ohori bo bai unda emi oko na ro pa ho oke ri ege nota owe ina so no ya esi wan abetima si wan owe ovan mo ma o se wa obu se so mana we go ma ro loro yeke no gweru ai we kiamu iru eyeke igawo yobonu mata no emi no samo bazun da eri oku olopia we no ri obo bae no ya muso no wi yobo ne so pipi so da gele mi we obo sami ae ami adueki igo la obo ye ba lu egbo a ye gi zeyo ohoni eso me ara si go wa eso yo zige bae eso yo zige suku uye no mi we emonye so ba ke sukure abawe ni arigo na ye je igbo ko neria udagi ne sanoje oge kan amunene
okoda munobo oso amogie ne nebo yegi de gboko di ememo emori yegi de gboko bi ya na rabuwa egbo aberio baga gele gbode na temata edunu peru no da be yi mata ba emi osiri no ko na zo de no da o ke bi ya wo pe ya o ni makari o kan do alu pe ani o makari o kan do awu tabo se ba eye o mu eni be odo mi go yi ohun ni ototo eye ki aga je o ni le megbe we ni egu edolo yi o gi agba mu wa e no ya go pe ani mu wa e o pe no ma mu egbe ni yi makata ti we so aro we ra ye bi ama ku me kiama o ko mare ebe wa yi wa na yi wa lo me o vi o mo we ye o le ke ni na la wo na e popo me e ko fo me o so bo ke ye ni zero owe ta na ni ba ni ana sa me ba wo me no de we ade body wo wo bera agbe na mi we bo we bai iri ono ikwe so gele ro na mi we o mego ya mu na wa we no ya bu wa de ni na de ka me ma bo wi o bu wa ni na okpe ani obo emi okpe ani aro me de ni okpa be dokpa yi ma be katare ugie ibota na mi we okpe ani na yari okwo ni na ri oto ona ri go no okpe ani no ri oto okpe ani siba ona we ohono ni egbe ni o kan yo ona gbe ni eto boye yo o na we o ma mini oyo pa ye bi na adofin ene yo nya ye nje pe to pa no ri ohun ona ewe bo okwo ni kewu ọmọ ẹgbẹ́ òpè ẹni yàrá ọgbà ní òtọ́ ní kìí ẹ̀nẹ́ ọmọ ẹni wu òpè ẹni ní ẹmọ òkú ọmọ yìí lọ́ka bì ẹ̀nẹ́ ẹnẹ́wọ̀n màmá ìyá mú ẹyọ ọdún yìí yá yóò yí sèba agbólúyọ nẹ yí bàbá máa sọ̀tọ̀ ní yí máa ní yí máa rí ẹ bèbá ní ẹ̀nẹ́ ọwọ́ wíyá gbẹtọ̀ ọ̀nà wẹ̀dọ̀ tọ̀nà kí yí wọ́n kà mú wáyé dé tọ́ òwò nílé mọ́túárì ọyẹ kí wọn náà ọ̀tọ̀ bí yí yá nẹ gbogbo ẹ̀dẹ̀nu yá gbẹgbà rẹ ni ọ̀nà àní ìrọ̀lẹ́ gbogbo agbálẹ̀ yìí máa ani gwaluto ma no gboluyo oni weria ohin eniye orupe a baraka gbiradi ibeke na gbebo nyawu ite ya mo erari oholo riwo ya doto we na wa egun doto uda ono mo egberi oto na wa e uda ono boti submissiveness o mo egberi oto no nya na nya pe to pa no ro mo adafene ne kesi enikeni no me ona we awa nege erimo ese gume do si omi ni ha eti ya lo eye we bi we ugbo edoto ohwo ni gele we ye moto keke yibe ni ha ohwo ni de oto hwo ni we na ya ri oto na ri kiye una ya mu noho una ya danyo ohwo ni wu ni ha mu da we ohwo no pa bi ne amagi go na mo ye wa ni amami oto mo ana ya mo yite egbe ere ri ihwo na egbinye ere ri owo ya yiwe ihwo ya iye binoka gbe na gwakara
ikpeso wa gele ro nu nyimi ya eso wa ga odazoe odazowa
evamia o ro gwa abi me no me eva ku gbe
eso wa me eva
adazo o be amo gwa
odazoe no be odazowa ebe logo na oni okuesi oni okua no mudia gidigba okua no fekenu okugaru jina no dazoe no bi odazowa no dazoe odazoe ne odazowa ye we no keke wa we enu ni me odafe no nyawa enu ni me no uta ogwa omo anogwego benu mo ese uberi nese okwo no me oberire ogugwe no pia we wa ku omo bujwe egbomo beri onado nwan uji no keke ekian ro se era meno sokpan uji no keke ekian ro se ne egbopu awerio dogu umego omona no egori uri nebe no mesi okwu eweri bai okwu awoko na kokoko mo riere no ro odigbagbe fere
wesi onda ye yimo boro ba ya un tabu wa okwu abo wa un ta wo wa
okwu ahun ta
bo okwu
o salo bo ya ji e
no dai bon egeni mo ya unta inina be iwe ni no keke na luwa opo ya unta
beno salobo ayaji opia ona ka yo opia ke yo oku ototo opia oji uda e oku akaji opia e o salobo akaji opia ohunta opia o be kam oku we iwe mewe do meme ogwo opia keke no ko jo e oku opia ojo oku
weso wa tok be ma obonu we lari na re ye na mewe adosin kana oika abobi tagbe me ni ku eso no ya wo ku owera owere no ku
oni me no gba
what is it oni ri ma we no wo ri opia
ọmọ jebe mi ọmọ jebe ejebe ọkọ no opia si bugwe no ku ajowa opia opia eke no riri akin oge o tema le kuina ana mo bogwe opia bebwebo oku na bowa opia sijo
okay agwa wo ko bo wa pe asiyo
agwa
okay no agwa no ro iwe no na migo bodo era mi ohudo nya wa ni
o uji ari enegbe opo na mu gbe ekun soto ona ari uji no da fun o ni obe egbe to po ni ri uji ni ege egbe won ebe no go vie ege lu ebe no go vie muda opo vie beno pe agwale uji be oboko eri mani ori ma be gwalu uji anwe mama no say bo bodo
wese
bana kuku gbe ome orien so onwo
wese edunogo me wa hebe ni magwan we ma ya na de si we ohu mo wo sokbia emi agwa sukma okeke we emi no kbia ma seti ohu lori iwara we agbari yi megbe nda ana mi wo kbia we hin erebo na ri yu bonu ni ya buwa we ga ye dagbon we ya fe momo wana imi wo ko ri wa ori egbe ye bonu nu ipe so itegbe nu ogun atu agbe ogun eri ogun lala ogun ejo wa ni ogun ejo wo ogun ido bo wa ye si lele owa wa wa o baba brother e tu si lele iyo boya enu we na ga o pe ano he ni gbo salobo no gbo he gbe wa mi we ogun ni no da no ya to boy ga bo wa ni wo mu ko da o so pa edo lo pe o ma mu pa bu rege ma be no tabo eni ze no yo ko to boy inu yin le we ri o be no na mu e pe o ne odo ọ̀rọ̀ àwọn gbòòrò rí ọ ẹ̀ẹ́ta máa wáyé ọ̀tọ̀bọ̀ ẹ̀ láyé láwọn ọmọdé yẹn kìnnà náà rí òtọ̀ lọ́gbà wà gòdẹ́mà mẹ́ ẹ̀ gòdẹ́mà ẹ̀ ìgbà wo rẹ̀ wẹ́yẹ̀ wọ́n wá máa ẹ̀ ọ̀wọ́ wá máa ma agbèrò gbogbo kéde orí ẹyẹ wọ́n mẹ́ òkò ẹsẹ̀ tí wà bìbì pa ìnáná náà mi wẹ ẹ̀ẹ́mọ̀ mọ̀wé òmọ̀wé ọwọ́ àgbà ẹ̀bá ni màgì bọ́ òkò ó nìdá rọ̀ ọ̀bẹ̀rẹ̀ ọ̀wẹ̀ kọ́ ọ̀nà gbé kọ́ ọ̀dà ẹ̀gbọ̀n òwúrẹ̀ ọ̀kí sopana ìmìẹ̀nẹ́wẹ́ ìrí ọ̀pá wà sí ọ̀pá wà gbáhín òkú iṣẹ́ ti gbàbọ̀ ọmọ ọ̀pá rárí ẹ̀ yàrí òtọ̀bí ọmọ ọ̀sùn ẹ̀rá bọ́ ọgbólù ọ̀gá àwọn èèyàn ọ̀dọ̀ bó wà ní ọbẹ̀ fún ìdánmọ́ná tá máa wẹ̀ ẹ̀dọ́ màkà gbọ̀nkàmẹ́ náà àárẹ̀ tí máa ní kẹ́ẹ̀ka gbọ̀nkàmẹ́ náà bẹ̀ ògẹ́ mánàrántàm mánàwé náà dó mọ́ ìlàdàmọ́ rẹ̀ dùn èmi èsì náà sopena ọkọọdẹ ọnọrọ wẹ òhànàdó táyì wẹ òhù onírì bọ ọrí sè wà ní ara ayé anáwó ní agbálùwà ìyẹn náà yà agbálùwà wọ bọ èmi ẹ ọ̀nàkà máa dàfọ́ ẹ̀mí èmi ò wà náà o dàfọ́ kèrìwó làdí anáyà àṣà anáyà rẹ́ni yàrá páàkì àdéhùn òhù ní ìpó nẹ ní ayé àrò wa ní ọ̀dọ́ ẹ̀ máa ẹ wẹ ọ̀hùhàn ọ̀nyà wà ní ayé ìkẹ́tìkà náà mi ní ẹ̀ ìhó ni ọ̀rọ̀ ìmìẹ́ ọ̀dìgbò ní kẹ́tíkà ìdè ní màdá màwá kàkà bọ́ yìí gbé aka ẹgbẹ́ ìlérí ọmọ akẹ́kẹ́ ìní dá ẹ̀rọ àníhòhó nínú ìwé ẹgbẹ́ wọ́n àdébọ̀ bò wá wà kí apákì àkíyàn dé lálọ́dì nára yẹ́yẹ́ nọ pòpò wà kaba wa boko ite bo wa ye fokpa nda unyi na enwe we ma mo gbe tene utete ne re ma ti egbewe we ni ni ata adafona ewo ya anyu ha mu na sko ko na bokogbo oyekere ite tamae na woni tiwa ni tamuwa we ke no jere ni ara kero de ri ogi nowe okewe ya wa bani ku ni ne we no gije na wo ma ni do tamuwa we no gije na ni ma mi na gba na re ni areba e pa no ti wo ma no awawa abe tenu we tie ni eteni pe abe tunwe ya se ti mo e ko do to we lare okona ma we ni da onye ne won ya ere no na so pa o ma mo le no iti we ni a ni wa kia e bo vi ebe ya no ya do to bi no o mu na wa da we re o ke be ni pa be re ku we ki make money ne o we ma ya ki e o jari ma ere aya ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ọ̀sẹ̀ so pé kẹ́wé gbére rí ọ bí a máa rárọ̀ wẹ́ ká yí kó làdìá òye ní lọ́pìá lọ́wọ́ yóò bọ́ ni wẹ́ nígbó náà gbọ́lọ́dẹ dáná ya dòtọ̀ òye rẹ̀ bí a máa ní arọ̀ wọ́n máa gẹ́lẹ́ dẹ́ ọ̀rí rẹ̀ dẹ́ wọ́n náà rẹ̀ rí kó làdìá wẹ́ gẹ́ yá gbólù bí a máa ní arọ̀ wọ́n òpè àrí máa gẹ́lẹ́ gbólù gbogbo ẹni rí dá yìí wẹ́ẹ̀bẹ̀ máa lè lè dẹ́ná kó dẹ́ná kẹ́ka wagee ilobo ìyẹn náà yẹ ayé ìrìn gbẹ́sọ̀ bí kọ́tù wáyé kọ́kọ́ àìwẹ̀ ìyá wọn wà nùkí ìgbẹ́ náà bọ̀ bàdí àdínà ká mi mástá ìrìnwó nínú ya dúró kí èkéré ọ̀gbẹ́ ìyá wọn wà nùkí nìyà wẹ́ kìnnìún máa kún ayé ẹ̀hún náà dá ẹ̀dá wà nìgbẹ́ wẹ̀ yà kẹ́wẹ̀ wọ́n yẹn ọ̀nà ẹbí máa olùwẹ̀ o ọ̀nà jẹ́ àsìn kò sáwọ́ bá lọ la ọ̀ ń dá ẹ̀mí ni màmú làdìẹ náà okay kaka boy isi okwo te dowe ohubowa le e awu awon ohubowa so pe we eru no gbugbe ya guru olopia ni no tamae igigo gbe no aya ri uto tamae igigo gbe no ya gbolu owi e mo bobo gbe ga yi mi ni ya so sewe itamae wa ni ya so sewe igba ba tie wa ni ya so sewe na to bo me bibia ke ya gwa lotori etima wala o ijobo abiji ma yi wa ge bo ha me go sewe we de bae we na egbove we ga go ho we o de no uji no kwa no we enu we no ade mo iya uyo kwa no we ni meje de na o ha me na di moto mu meti wa fie I wa fie o awa no pa no be e magme o ha mejo e ba mana mu ge ibota na se fo ọbẹ̀ kìí ẹ̀dọ́ ìyá ọ̀fẹ́ gbọ́sàgbà ẹ̀yọ́ wàkì máa yẹ́ wáyé nàìjíríà ọba àtọ́pẹ́ iṣẹ́.
ITV, certainly the best.
Sama top esse.
Sama top esse.
Puxa tanto ali. Ali me hace baixo não.
Ina se ti mi egewe una se ti di agun ya ya zomo dion èmi pa
oh my son my dear we say oh my dear oh we na bu here ina be aje ga to
ina do ba o yes ina do se mo
yes we sit down Manisha oh ina bu here we see my dear ise Comment c'est papa de voici voici
ça m'a topé Sama tọpẹ.
Ìṣe ìwàyà kí máa pọ̀ mi sáàmà rẹ̀. Ìgbàgbó rẹ̀ ìgbàgbó rẹ̀. Ìwàyà kí máa pọ̀ mi sáàmà rẹ̀. Ìgbàgbó rẹ̀ ìgbàgbó rẹ̀. Wẹ́kùn mẹ́pẹ̀lú ìgbìlẹ̀ jẹun. Ìgbàgbó rẹ̀ ìgbàgbó rẹ̀. Wẹ́kùn mẹ́pẹ̀lú mi sáàmà rẹ̀. Ìgbàgbó rẹ̀ ìgbàgbó rẹ̀.
The Esama of Benin Kingdom thanked the new Edion for visiting him and advised them to always abide by the rules and regulations of their new positions. The Esama urged them to indulge in what will continue to bring development and progress to the community.
When I say it's your job, I wait to us and I know what I will.
Yes, Papa.
Caliban was in a cocono, no, we said, who paid you? Who paid you?
Baba.
Eko mwana sewa.
Ndiyo.
Ewa ya lolote nete dirwe ya sewa. Mabo. Awe huwe dine. Ejo wuki. Ejo na wele. Ejo na pulupe. Ejo na mluri ya kwa ewa.
Ise.
Bawe kwa ba. Ọjọ́ wèé kájẹ́lé nẹ́nà ya jẹ́wò yìí wọ́n rí wíwá jẹ́wò náà mọ̀ náà máa ṣe lọ́kọ̀ ayé.
ITV, certainly the best. This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Good morning and welcome to another exciting episode of Tech Today, the program where we break down technology in a way that truly connects with your everyday life. Now, let me paint a picture for you right there. Okay, say you wake up in the morning and the first thing you do is you reach out for your phone. You want to check for your messages, you want to scroll through social media, or maybe catch up with the news. But today is different because WhatsApp refuses to open, Instagram is not loading, Google is not responding. You assume it's your data. Okay, you check your balance, your data is active. You switch airplane mode on and off, still nothing. You restart your phone, nothing changes. Then slowly you begin to realize something is wrong. Not just with your phone, but it's everywhere. No one has internet. No messages are going through, no apps are working, no websites are loading. Nigeria as a nation is completely offline. Today on Tech Today, we are exploring a powerful and important question. What really happens if the internet goes off for 24 hours? What really happens if Nigeria loses internet access for just 24 hours? All right, before we go deep into this discussion, let us take a look at tech updates. What is shaping the world of tech? What is shaping in the world of tech? What is the new thing happening in the world of tech? After the short break. Welcome back to Tech Updates segment. Number one, we have that Apple Incorporation, the owners of iPhones, the makers of iPhones, iPad, and so on, that have hit a record revenue amid leadership shakeup. Tech giant Apple Incorporated has reported a massive quarterly revenue of over $100 billion, driven largely by strong iPhone sales and growth in the service segment. However, alongside this financial success, reports indicate a potential leadership transition, with longtime CEO Tim Cook expected to step down in the near future. This creates an interesting situation where the company is performing exceptionally well, yet preparing for a major change at the top. Analysts say the next leader will face one big question. What is that question? How to push Apple further into AI era while maintaining its dominance in hardware. We'll be here to bring you more updates on that. Next in the Tech Updates segment, we have the artificial intelligence, AI. We always talk about AI. There's no time to talk about tech updates and we don't talk about AI. It's moving beyond just applications. It's becoming part of everyday technology because it is rapidly evolving beyond chatbots and mobile apps, and is becoming deeply integrated into everyday tools and systems. Experts are predicting that by the end of 2026, a large portion of software and devices will include agentic AI systems capable of performing tasks independently without constant human input. This means that AI could plan your schedules, AI could respond to your emails, AI could make bookings, even complete work tasks automatically rather than simply responding to just your commands. So AI is now shifting towards acting on behalf of users rather than just, responding to commands. So in simple terms, we are moving from using apps to AI doing the things for us. That is quite interesting. Next in the tech updates, we have that Meta Platforms, the parent company of Facebook, WhatsApp, Instagram, Threads, the whole lot, is experiencing a notable drop in daily active users, with reports indicating a loss of millions of users within a short period. This decline reflects a broader shift in how people engage online. Many users are moving away from traditional social media platforms towards short-form video content. They're moving towards private communities and increasingly an AI-driven platform and tools. Industry Watchers says that this could signal the beginning of a new phase in the internet where users prioritize utility and personalization over passive scrolling. So whether it's the record-breaking company preparing for change, artificial intelligence taking over everyday tasks, or social media platform losing their grip, one thing is very clear. The digital world is entering a completely new phase. We'll take a short break now and we'll go back to the main topic of today, which is what happens if we lose internet for 24 hours in Nigeria. Don't go nowhere. Welcome back to the program. Let's start from the beginning, okay? In the first few hours, I want to explain to you what may be happening when we lose internet for 24 hours. So in the first few hours that this may happen, maybe many persons may not panic. People will assume it's a network problem. You see MTN users will start blaming MTN, the red users will start blaming the red network, the green users will start, they may not even notice that this has even happened immediately. So people may begin to just go about their normal routine, turning their data off and on, Some persons may even switch their SIM cards. Some persons may restart their phone multiple times because they're just surprised why is internet going off? Why is there no internet? Some people may reset their network settings. Office may begin to, think it's just a temporary glitch. They'll be calling the network engineer up and down and all of that. But something interesting will start to happen because this issue is everywhere. Banks, offices, home cafes, everyone is experiencing the same thing. At this point, confusion begins to spread. If internet goes off for say 4 hours, within 4 hours, now the reality starts to set in. From 4 hours stop, you say it's not just a simple network issue anymore. The thing is something very big. It's bigger than what they thought. Now let's talk about money. In Nigeria today, a large percentage of daily transaction happen digitally. Okay, POS machine stops working, mobile banking apps will fail, online transfers cannot even go through. And imagine walking into a store to buy something and they tell you, there's no transfer or no POS or cash only. And then you realize you don't even have much cash on you. Now let's multiply that by millions of people across the country. So small businesses begin to struggle immediately. Restaurants, supermarkets, fuel stations, many of them depend now on digital payment system. We have ride-hailing services would stop working. There will be no way to go around. Logistics companies cannot process deliveries anymore. Why? There's no internet. Dispatch riders cannot even receive new orders because they need the internet to access the apps that's on their phone because it's internet-based. At this point in time, economy will just go down, and this is just happening within hours, just 4 to 6 hours when we have no internet. Now, I want to go to the third phase where I feel we'll have some critical systems really under pressure. Okay, the stage we move now is something very serious because we have hospitals. Because nowadays, many modern hospitals rely on digital system. They rely on it for patient records, for communication system, even some diagnosis tools. So without internet access, there'll be no access to certain service provider become very slow. Airport and aviation system may even experience delay. I know that we have flights rescheduling, check-ins, and communication system rely heavily on this connectivity. What about media houses? They also feel the impact because live field, international news access will be cut short, and streaming platforms will all be affected. Even security agencies may face communication challenges depending on their systems. Okay, at this stage, the country is not just inconvenienced; it is under pressure. Now let's take a look at the social impact of this. That's the human side of this internet disconnection. Okay, this is something actually very deep at the human experience. Imagine when internet is off for 24 hours, you have no WhatsApp, no social media, no instant messaging. For many people, this is more than even an inconvenience because it feels like isolation because many people since nowadays depend solely on internet. They are also used to constant connection that makes offline feel uncomfortable. But something interesting also happens when we have no internet for like the period. People begin to talk more, face-to-face conversation returns. You see neighbors will interact more. Families will spend more time together without any distraction from their phones. For some, it may feel very refreshing. For others, it may feel really unbearable. I know that many of us out there would not be able to stand the chance of not, pressing the phone or chatting or scrolling through those many social apps. It will be difficult. I just imagine myself not able to go online for just over an hour, talking of 24 hours without the internet. It's something that many persons cannot even bear. Okay, because you are constantly interacting with someone via maybe it's a business deal. It may not just be just for chats, just to keep up with your friend or thereabouts. Maybe for business. It also may for maybe you're having a job interview somewhere. It's going to disconnect you really very well. Now, this is not just a hypothetical discussion. Internet outages have happened before. There have been cases where undersea cables that supply internet to an entire region were damaged. I think sometime last year we had this issue that we had the internet, but it was really dragging. In some African countries, internets were down for hours and even days due to those cable cuts. And in other parts of the world, major platforms have gone offline, affecting billions and billions of users at once. Okay, there's also been a situation where we have the cyber attacks that actually disrupt internet services. So this is real. What I'm trying to say is that, my viewers out there, it can happen. And if this happens, the effects are immediate and they are widespread. Now, why do you think everything is connected? Why do you think this will affect us so much? So why does everything collapse so quickly? It's simple, because internet is no longer just for communication. It is a backbone of banking system, the backbone for transportation, healthcare, like I mentioned earlier, education, media, and business operations, and a whole lot more. So we are not just using the internet, we are actively depending on the internet. But then I would like to, engage you. I want to ask a question. I want to just hear from you. Imagine I want you to tweet at us at ITV Radio NG. If Nigeria goes offline for 24 hours, I'm asking the question, can you survive comfortably? And if you can, what would you miss the most? Is it your business? You think your business can even function without the internet for one full day? Let's hear from you. Tweet at us at ITV Radio NG, whether it's on, you can tweet us on Twitter, or you can write us on Facebook, and I want to read your thoughts on what you think would happen. So we'll go on a short break. I want to show you a video of more explanation about a visual explanation about what will happen if something like this happened. And we'll come back and I'll tell you what we can learn from this and how we can prepare for something like this in case it happens in the future. Don't go nowhere. Still Tech Today. Welcome back from the break. I believe we've seen the video of what may happen if this internet goes off for 24 hours in our nation or in your locale. Now, what can we learn from this? Imagine this happen. What can we learn from this? Number one, it's always good to have alternatives. All right? Carry some cash with you. Don't rely 100% on digital payments. I'm not saying that the internet may go off for 24 hours. Imagine you cannot access the internet for a period and you want to make some payments, some petty cash should be in your pockets. Number two, businesses must actually plan for offline operations. It's good for a business to have backup systems. It's good for a business to have manual processes where possible. Okay, number three, it's always important for us to know that we need to reduce our over dependence on technology. It's easier said than done because technology should assist us and not control us. Okay, I always say this. Number four, awareness is key. Watching programs like this can also enlighten you, and also understanding how this system works will help us to prepare better. Let me add this. Imagine a student who depend entirely on online materials, or a content creator out there whose entire income comes from the internet, or a trader who sells the items through social media. For them, 24 hours offline is not just inconvenience, it is a loss. Okay, this shows how deeply technology has integrated into our lives. All right, I believe you've enjoyed yourself today. I believe you've learned one or two things about, and you just had a thought about what will happen if internet goes off. I want to tell you that the internet has made life faster for us, it has made it easier and made us more connected. But today's discussion reveals something very important. Okay, we are more dependent on the internet and technology than we realize. So perhaps the real question is not just what happens if the internet goes off. Maybe I should ask, are we truly prepared when it does? I'll leave that question for you, because I think I've answered some of them for you tonight. Thank you for staying with us on Tech Today. It's always a delight to have this with you. And don't forget that we do this on radio on Mondays by 8:30 p.m. till 9 p.m. on radio 92.3 FM. And of course, today, every time on GoTV channel 140, 11:30 a.m. to 12 noon. So until next time, stay curious, stay innovated, learn tech any way you can, and don't fall for any tech scam, any fraud scam, any of those scams that come up and always try your best to unlearn things and learn every now and then. Until next time, I'll see you. Bye for now.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Oh, my son, my dear. You say, oh, my dear. Oh, we're not here. Is that where I give you? Not over. Yes. Not those. Yes, where's it? Where's it? Oh, it's not here. Where's it? My dear. He said, comment c'est papa que voici quoi voici
ça m'a toqué
ici
Sama tope.
Wayagi makpame samane. Wayagi makpame samane. Wakume pwedekwidejo. Wakume pwede samane.
The Esama of Benin Kingdom thanked the new Edion for visiting him and advised them to always abide by the rules and regulations of their new positions. The Esama urged them to indulge in what will continue to bring development and progress to the community.
When I say it's your job, I wait to us and I know what I will.
Yes, Papa.
Caliban was in a cocoa, no, we said, who paid you? Who paid you? Baba. Eko mwana sewa.
Ndiyo.
Ewa ya lolote nete dirwe ya sewa maboma. Awe huwe dine. Ejo muhi. Ejo na wele. Ejo na kulupe. Ejo na mluri ya kwa wangi wala. Isewa. Bawe kwa ba. Ọjọ́ wèrè kájẹ́dé nẹ́nà ya jẹ́wò yìí wọ́n rí gbé àjẹ́wò náà mọ̀ náà máa ṣe lọ́kọ̀ ayé.
ITV, certainly the best.
This is Anegbete community, situated in Isako Central Local Government Area of Edo State. It is an agrarian community with united people that promotes unity and oneness for peaceful coexistence. The inhabitants of the community migrated from Benin, the cradle of black civilization, a kingdom where king is truly king. The ancestors of Anegbete saw that age was the main determinant of leadership in the rural setting, and the eldest man in the settlement was regarded as the leader who presided over meetings, and his authority is held in high esteem. To further strengthen this unique system of leadership, age group evolved in Anegbete. In Anegbete, age group is categorized into two, that is, the common and the noble. Anegbete is rich in cultural heritage, as the community at noon saw the commitment of the festival with the first set rolled out in beauty colors to showcase their might and strength, indicating their feet and ready for the responsibilities behold on them. The streets in the community with a feed up of young men and women adorned with the festival. Later, the royal family takes the stage as their children fight out royally and work in the community to showcase their might and fitness. The Igwe Festival is the colorful and crowd-pulling festival in Benin Kingdom. The Igwe Festival is an annual event that is celebrated by all Benin, both at home and abroad, to mark the end of the Benin year and to usher in a new year with a renewed hope for peace and prosperity. The annual Ugie Festival is centered on the Oba of Benin as the Oba takes the center stage. This year's Ugie commences with Otuigwoba. The Oba, sitting at his throne, gives out kola nuts to chiefs in order of seniority.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Welcome to Market Survey. On this edition of Market Survey, we are currently at the market to know the current price of beans here in the market. I am Stephanie Notoriua, and I'm going to be taking you through the market to get to know the current price of beans here in the market. And we are currently at Lagos Street, Benin City, to get to know the current price of beans. So come with me as we get to know it.
Welcome to Market Survey, your weekly guide to the pulse of trade in Benin City. On this edition of Market Survey, we are looking at the current price of beans. But before we delve into that, let's get to understand the production process. The production of beans, particularly common variables like cowpea, which is widely consumed in Nigeria, begin with careful land preparation and selection of suitable soil. Beans grow best in well-drained, sandy loam soil and Farmers typically clear the land, remove weed, and sometimes apply organic manure to improve soil fertility before planting. Planting usually takes place at the beginning of the raining season to ensure adequate moisture for the germination, although in some regions, irrigation may be used during dry period. Farmers select healthy seeds, often improved or hybrid variables, to ensure better yield, pest resistance, and shorter maturity period. The seeds are planted at appropriate spacing to allow proper growth, and within a few days to a week, germination occurs and the seedlings begin to emerge. As the beans grow, they require consistent care and management. Weeding is essential during these early stages to reduce competition for nutrient, sunlight, and water. Farmers also monitor for pests such as pod borers and beetles, as well as diseases like blight, which can significantly reduce yield if not controlled. To manage these threats, a combination of traditional method and modern agricultural inputs such as pesticides, and herbicides may be used. Fertilizer application, though not always necessary due to beans' ability to fix, can still enhance productivity when used approximately. The growth period typically lasts between 60 to 90 days, depending on the variety, after which the plant begins to flower and form pods. Harvesting is done when the pods turn dry and brown, indicating that the beans inside are matured. Farmers either uproot the entire plant or pluck the pod directly. After harvesting, the pods are dried further under the sun to reduce moisture content, which helps prevent spoilage during storage. Threshing follows, where the beans are separated from the pods, either manually or mechanically. The beans are then cleaned, sorted, and sometimes graded based on size and quality. Proper storage is critical at this stage. Beans are kept in dry, well-ventilated spaces or stored in bags with protective measures against pests such as weevils. In some cases, preservatives or airtight storage technologies are used to extend shelf life before the beans are transported to market for sales. The current price of beans in Nigeria reflects a combination of production challenges, supply chain dynamics, and broader economic condition. Over the past years, the price of beans has experienced a noticeable increase, making it one of the more expensive staple food in the country. Several factors contribute to this trend, starting with the cost of production. Farmers are facing higher expenses due to increased price of inputs such as seeds, fertilizers, and agrochemical. Additionally, insecurity in key agricultural regions, especially in northern part of Nigeria where beans are largely produced, has reduced farming activities and limited access to farmland. This has led to lower overall production, which directly impacts supply in the market. Transportation and logistics also play a significant role in determining the final price of beans. The cost of fuel has risen substantially, and since agricultural produce must be transported from rural farming areas to urban markets, these costs are passed on to customers. Poor road infrastructure further complicates distribution, increasing the risk of delays and spoilage. Market middlemen, who act as intermediaries between farmers and consumers, also influence pricing by adding their margins. As a result, the price of beans varies across different markets, with urban centers often experiencing higher prices compared to rural areas due to increased demand and additional transportation costs. From a demand perspective, beans remain the highly essential food item because of their nutritional value, especially as a source of protein. With the rising cost of meat and other protein sources, many households rely heavily on beans, which further drives demand. This increased demand combined with limited supply creates upward pressure on price. Seasonal variation also affect pricing. During harvest period, price may drop slightly due to increased availability, but they tend to rise again during off-season months when supply dwindles.
If you are just tuning in, it is Market Survey on Independent Television. I am Stephanie Notoriua, and I'm taking you through the market to get to know the current price of beans here in the market. Stay tuned.
From how you take the buy beans before and now, has the price gone up or are they still affordable?
though it's affordable, it has gone up a little bit compared to before. Like the red one, we used to buy it around 80, but now the price has gone up a bit. But right now we are buying it at the rate of 195. So the local beans, same amount, but now it's around 100, 115. White one sell 110 as well. The other white one, same thing. So almost little bit difference of prices, but it's a bit higher than before. So the rubber of the red one is around 2,700, while the white one is 2,600.
So how much, like, what's the lowest amount that you've bought beans, the rubber?
The lowest I bought is around 2,000. But as it is now, it's a bit high compared to then what we used to sell like 4,000. But it now got down, but now it's up a bit, but not as much as the way it used to be. Yeah.
How beans they for market now? It don't come down.
See, come down some more. Yes. Don't want to say 100,000 now. They sell them 90,000. Okay. Sunday they say 95 for the price what we get now. See they come down some more. So
now the different type of beans where how much until they sell them?
We get Oloka beans. That one with the seller 2 each. Yes. So the brown one we see the seller 2.7.
Okay.
We get Olanyiwa with the seller 2 each. Okay. White one now different type we get. We see get Abuja beans. Okay. We see the cedar one 2.7. Iron beans 2 each. So now that one we even get the Niger self. So the Niger would say that one 2.6, 2.5. Now different price.
So how much now they carry a bag of brown beans before and now?
Before they carry 110, but now they sell 100,000.
Okay. What about white beans?
White beans, that one would say 100. Abuja, we even the sell 95. So that kind of beans, they sell 95, but now 90.
So you get away be say beans stay cheap.
Now to the time where the new one come out, now that time the cheapest. But now the dry season, so you see, they move again. You see, it stay one place. They go up. They come down.
So motor money see they affect the price. See they affect how they sell the beans.
Yes, as sometimes they put price for transport. Before they pay 5.5, but now it reach 6.5. Now that one they affect the price of transport.
So if transport cheap now, if you say beans go cheap, the price go reduce.
It was cheap. As anything one person will tell you, he will talk about transport. So that one even they cost all these things. Even the best for that one. More we see the big government may when they look that one for.
So now this beans now, say many people they buy and many people for us. How they go say preserve and may last?
That one Sunday they use something where they kiss small and where they enter. So Sunday just they keep her like that. But now different medicine they used to put. Sunday they tie up a rack. But Sunday they put her for inside the beans. Okay. But that one the one way will tape for ground. Now that one you go they do it like that.
How much now they buy a bag of beans now for market?
Say this year we tell go say beans they dey like that 2 years they only pass. Now the bag it never reach 100,000 now. Early brown beans now they reach 100,000. That Oloka they reach 115. So that white beans now is still many different one. The highest beans 95. This year we tell go say everything they cheap. Now only small bag for rice now don't go up.
So compared to how they sell last year, now it cheap as last year.
Now this year is cheap as last year now. Last year it don't pass 100,000. This year it never reach.
Okay. So how much you can't they sell the rubbers?
Rubber it never pass 2006 or 2007. The highest one now be 2007 now. Say we can go for this year.
So which beans be the highest beans?
Iron beans. On the highest beans, na honey beans. Na honey beans na be highest price now.
How much be the bag and how much be rubber?
The bag they reach 105. Some they sell 110. Rubber they sell 28.
You get this is where be say beans stay they cheap.
Yes, no, any now go do not be say they get season the one they cheap. They get season the one never cheap. You know say this year now, no beans many, but you got then say person. You know they deal like this. You understand?
So transport first they affect the price.
Nine be the wahala now. Before they carry go pass 5,000. Now they say 6,000 something now for transport. Now they chop the money now. Yes.
So you believe say if transport fare come down, the price will come down?
Maybe say now God, no be me no. Now God now you know tomorrow. Nobody can know tomorrow. You understand? Yes. Now that one.
So this beans now person where they buy and many they keep for us. How you go take preserve and make all those ants not enter?
Say no be for here they do amo. Now for the arewa now. Now no be for here. They put them for inside solopin. They put them for solopin. If you put them for solopin, you know they enter. If you leave like that, you go enter. You understand as so.
But what if you put them inside rubber?
They know they put anything now. They go put them solopin. You tie and put them. No, if you want put them, go put them for inside room. That room the only one put them. You know go open her. You know go open her. If you open her now, breach enter. And that one and you go enter. If you, that one you know go open her. Anytime you open her, that one you want sell her now.
How much you take buy and before how much they buy and now for rubber?
But when I buy, but I did not remember the one I buy last, but December time. But this particular one now, I bought a honey bees. That is 2,750. Say the other white one, 2,400. This one, 2,500.
So now
you
I
get 3 type. But now, it dey okay. It dey okay.
Overall, the beans market currently reflects a classic case of high demand meeting constrained supply, leading to elevated prices. For consumers, this means adjusting pricing habit or seeking alternatives, while for farmers and investors, it presents an opportunity to increase production and improve supply chain efficiency. Long-term solutions such as improved security, better farming techniques, government support, and enhanced storage systems could help stabilize prices and ensure consistent availability in the market. From the findings gathered during the market survey, it is evident that while the price of beans has experienced fluctuation in recent times due to various economic and production factors, it remains relatively fair within the current market structure. Traders and retailers have adjusted their pricing in response to the cost of transportation, storage, and sourcing from farming regions. Yet, there is a noticeable effort to keep beans within reach for the average consumer. The pricing shows a level of consistency that suggests a balance between supply challenges and consumer demand rather than explosive, excessive, and exploitative pricing practice. Furthermore, when compared to other sources of protein available in the market today, beans continue to stand out as a more affordable and accessible option for many households. Despite the gradual increase in cost, it still provides significant nutritional value at a price point that many families can manage, especially in urban centers where food expenses are generally higher. Consumers interviewed during the survey expressed that, although they have noticed the price increase, they still consider beans a necessity and worthwhile purchase due to its versatility and importance in daily meals. The overall assessment of the market indicates that the current price of beans, although higher than the previous years, can still be regarded as fair and relatively affordable given the prevailing economic condition. The market reflects a system that is adjusting to challenges while still striving to meet the needs of consumers. As such, beans remains not only a staple food item but also a cost-effective choice that continues to play a vital role in household nutrition and food security.
So far, we've gotten to understand that the current price of beans is quite affordable now in the market compared to how it was sold previous years ago. So now it is affordable and people can now buy compared to how much they purchased it last year. And that's it on today's edition of Market Survey. I am Stephanie Notoriua. Thank you so much for staying tuned.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Ugieni Madonna, imagine Overo, always near Agbo, Manazo, or Ugieni Madonna.
You will have to serve the community for 30 years before you come to this stage. They will ordain you or your title. Then by then you are one of the elder.
This year now, we don't read the year, so that's why we can do this year.
Historically, joining the Elders Council, an individual must have reached a certain age and must have made significant contributions to the community through leadership, service, or other meaningful ways. There was jubilation in the community as sons and daughters of Okada, both at home and in the diaspora, trooped out to be part of the ceremony, with various homes of the initiates agog with festivities. Friends and well-wishers of those initiated into the Elders' Council jubilated at the Ogwedion after performing all traditional rites. The elders, known as Edion, in company with their loved ones, danced to their various homes where guests and family members were entertained.
ITV, certainly the best.
The new Edion expressed excitement as they danced and rejoiced before the Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawari Benedion, who also joined in the dance. As visiting and paying of homage to various homes of senior elders continued, the initiates spent 7 days performing diverse kinds of rites as required by tradition. They were furnished with rules and regulations regarding their new office as Edion.
That I grew up in this community to the point that they have now also chosen me as an elder in this community. It's a thing of great joy. All thanks to the Esama of Benin, my people, my family, everybody, all Okada community for this great honor. I am very, very grateful.
Well, this is my brother. I'll call him my uncle because he grew up with my father. I'm so proud of him because we are doing the same rituals as the Edions of the Okada. It is our duty for us to make this place a greater place, for outsiders to come and see the goodness of God in Okada. And I'm proud of every one of us here. So shall it be to each and every one of us in Jesus' name.
Waya waweso Odion ma Okada zima Esama zima Odion Bona zima Odion Obala zima Odion Malawe Maari Esama Odion na ni mado pon Esama ni mado gbeken Esama e ma Odion wa na Esama ma gbeken ne osabo obuyo biton ne baba no get turn maga no dia mi maga ma ni do gbeken ne na ima yafe ima ato ima agbon oro pa ewu dori ima adi awore ne o be ti agbon ya no we mi maga me ni just question no mi afa
in Esama in our father's house in respect of our initiation to elders Edion level. As tradition demands, we are here today to come and also pay our homage to him, to also for him to also pray for long life and prosperity.
The climax after 7 days was paying of homage again to the Odion way, where he gave the initiates the full rights to function and to henceforth participate in meetings with Edion. It will go down in the history and minds of Okada community, Ovia people, Edo State, and Nigeria in general. The ambience, style, and the colorful ceremony associated with the 2025 initiation into the Edion Council of former Governor of Edo State, Chief Lucky Nosakari Benedion, his brothers Bright Ayamekwe Benedion, Honorable Charles Osenwige Benedion, Peter Osawari Benedion, Dr. Fred Osawuni Benedion, Barrister Mike Osane Benedion, Executive Director Operations, ITV and Radio, Chief Elder Ogwedion Wonse, Honorable Efosa Douglas Igbenedion, Ukbonwa Igbenedion, Osawe Igbenedion, Edosa Igbenedion, Dr. Daniel Omorige Igbenedion, as well as Agbong Steve Igbenedion, among other sons of Okada.
Igwe Festival is the colorful and crowd-pulling festival in Benin Kingdom. The Igwe Festival is an annual event that is celebrated by all Benin, both at home and abroad, to mark the end of the Benin year and to usher in a new year with a renewed hope for peace and prosperity. The annual Ugie Festival is centered on the Oba of Benin as the Oba takes the center stage. This year's Ugie commences with Otuigwoba. The Oba, sitting at his throne, gives out kola nuts to chiefs in order of seniority.
Good afternoon and welcome to another exciting edition of Itches and Voices. I'm your host for today, Rebecca Mamedu, and as always, Itches and Voices is brought to you by NABVID, Network for the Advancement of People with Visible Disability. And our sign language interpreter today is Cynthia Godwin-Aya, who will be doing justice to our hearing impaired community. So over the years, NABVID has been advocating for the Disability community, and one aspect that you've focused on over the years is education. As we all know, education is a leveler for everybody, including persons with disability. And our guest for today is the program officer of NABVID, Mr. Nobu Israel. Welcome to the studio.
Thank you so much, Becky. I'm glad to be here, and I want to greet every of our listeners at home, and I want to say thank you for joining us today.
You're welcome. And so we'll be diving right into the conversation. On the topic of inclusive education, most of the time when we hear inclusive education, I think it's more than just bringing students with disabilities into the classroom. So what would you say inclusive education mean beyond all of that?
Thank you so much. Inclusive education is a concept where every person, whether you are physically challenged, hearing impaired, visually impaired, whatever the form of disability you have, you can learn, all right, in the regular learning environment. That is inclusive education. Currently, what we see most times is what we call special education, where we create special schools, special teachers for special needs children, all right? But in the real sense, inclusive education means that we make education, including learning, curriculum, teaching methods, even down to the environment, okay, physical infrastructure. We make all of those things in a way where persons with abilities can come in and thrive. They can learn, all right, looking at their needs, looking at their special condition. They can have that environment where they can learn, and the learning provides for them the need to feel included, all right, not excluded. You know, when you have special education and they are just separate, you know, it makes them feel, oh, we are different, right? So the essence of inclusive education is inclusion, that they are part of us, all right? They are learning from us, we are learning from them, so we are together. So there's no difference, all right? So that's the context, that's what inclusive education is.
So when you talk about them being included, are you trying to say we should include kids with special needs to the regular school, or that is like maybe a special school but they are included in those special schools?
Again, like I earlier mentioned, inclusive education concepts is about learning in the same environment as well as other children without any special learning needs. That is the idea. All right. I think most of the times you go to some tertiary institutions, all right, though we are not there yet, but they practice a form of inclusive education, even though it's not fully inclusive in terms of some of the metrics that define inclusive education. But you see them learning with their other counterparts in the same classroom, all right? So making the environment in a way that whether you have physical needs, you can learn in the same environment to someone who does not have any physical needs. That is the idea when we talk about inclusive education. So it is about removing the barriers that stops person with special needs or disability from learning in a regular environment. You remove those barriers. So when you take away those barriers, then you have inclusive education.
Okay, that's powerful. And you made mention of some of the barriers. Before we go into how these barriers can be limited, can you throw a little light into what some of these barriers are that kids or students with special needs encounter in maybe going to school and their education generally? Okay,
the first I want to mention, which I stated earlier, is the case of physical barrier. Yes, physical barrier. It's very important, though it may sound, but it's very important. Physical barrier. For example, someone who is on a wheelchair wants to access a classroom, and the classroom is upstairs, and there is no elevator. That already is a limitation, is a challenge. Are you going to keep carrying that child every day on the wheelchair through the staircase? All right, so inclusive education says that that barrier, first of all, must be dealt with. That physical barrier should be dealt with so that the child can have easy access to the classroom without needing extra aid, you know, that makes them feel less of themselves. You know, when you're carrying someone, it demoralizes them. Yes. So that, first of all, needs to be dealt with. Then secondly, we will talk about barrier. We're talking about also the case of learning barrier. For example, the teacher must understand that, oh, if I have a child with special needs in my class, I can't teach every of them in the same pace. So that's where special education training comes in, where the teacher is trained on how to carry each of the children, irrespective of their learning needs or gaps, carry them along to ensure that that gap is bridged. All right, even down to the curriculum adjustments, down to I think there was a particular case where a child, for example, who is autistic, can demand, or his condition demands necessary what we call sensory breaks, because you can't teach a child, for example, for 5 hours straight and expect an autistic child who is also in that same class to also learn for 5 hours straight. You see, so a teacher who understands that, oh, it's time for this child to have sensory break where his mind can be relaxed to be able to continue learning. So that is very important. So these are some of the barriers we're talking about. Then, of course, issues of policy implementation is also an issue. And, of course, one of the important barriers also is funding, because you can't have inclusive education without proper funding, because you need to upgrade a lot of infrastructure, curriculum review, training, capacity building. So a lot of things are involved. But like I said, if we are able to remove these barriers, of course, we will have inclusive education.
Yeah, in what you were saying, I think you answered what I was going to ask next about infrastructure, and when you made mention of fundings. I think that would help these infrastructures to come in place, because in facilities, schools cannot by themselves put these facilities into place. So, and you made mention of something else that stood out for me about special trainings for teachers. Like a child who is autistic, a teacher might not know, a regular teacher, I don't know if that's the right word, you might not know that an autistic child needs a sensory break, you called it. So I want to ask this question: do you think that teachers are like adequately equipped for children with disabilities in our society in Nigeria?
Okay, I will use Edo State as a context. As an organization, NAVID developed in 2022 a document called Distress, that is disability inclusive, or disability centered. Yes, disability centered inclusive education roadmap for Edo State from 2022 to 2032. That's a 10-year roadmap, all right? And one of the gaps that was identified in that research document is the fact that we don't have enough special education teachers, and also those who are currently there needs to undergo regular training, because education is evolving.
True.
There are more technological driven means now of teaching or training a child. So you see that in terms of if they have been trained or is adequate, I will not say, okay, I think from that document, if I'm referring to that document, it is not adequate actually. We even need more education teachers, more special education teachers, all right? Because even those who are there right now are probably understaffed or have not gone through some form of modernized training on inclusive education. You know, for example, you know that with the advent of technology now, we now have several assistive devices that aids learning in the classroom. But first of all, we're talking about barriers earlier. Do we even have if we have those technologies, do we even have the power to power those infrastructure? Do we have the technical manpower to ensure that the teachers and the students can leverage on those technologies for learning? So it's cost cuts in any way, but the bottom line is the fact that currently in Edo State we don't have enough sign language not sign language now. We don't have enough special teachers, yes, for the special schools that we currently have in Edo State. We don't have enough. We need more special teachers, and at the same time to call for more training for them, because we don't want a case where persons with disabilities who are in need of their services are, you know, kept behind. And also even think that special education should even be something that every teacher should go through basic learning, basic training for. Because like you mentioned, if you are not exposed to special education, you may feel, oh, they are special. That's why if you see the word when we're talking about inclusive education, is like it's a separate thing. It's supposed to be all encompassing. It's supposed to be infused into the educational system of the society or of Edo State, where the teacher does not see special education as, oh, it's for persons with disabilities.
Yes, and
all right. So we are not for persons with disabilities, and then you see a parent take a child to a school and the child is rejected, which also now creates another barrier, which is the social stigma. And say, no, your child cannot learn in my class because your child has a disability. Because the teacher actually feels helpless. It's not her fault, because she doesn't know how to manage or handle that child. So it's important that we look at our educational framework and beginning to make special education or inclusive education the focus. Every teacher should go or undergo a basic course on special education, on inclusive education, so that when you eventually have a child who's autistic, or a child who have Down syndrome, or a child who has physical disability or hearing impaired, you know how to manage them, how to handle them. That is the focus of inclusive education, where we remove is about removing barriers, social barrier, physical barrier, whatever form of barrier that limits learning of a child with disability. That is the goal.
I was, immediately when you said it, I had to concur, because that was exactly what was in my mind. How it would be very important if you can integrate special education into the regular education in university. It can be a course, maybe a particular year, you do research on it and learn more. I think it can help cover the gap that we have currently in special schools, especially for the teacher. So can you throw more light into, I think you called it Distress, research. Was it a research that NAVID conducted? Can you tell us more about that?
All right.
document?
I think in 2022, NAVID, in partnership with the Edo State's Ministry of Education and of course the Edo State Suburb, we were able to conduct that research. It was a research, and the research was majorly identifying gaps currently in Edo State's special education sector, and at the same time proposing a roadmap. You know, a roadmap is like a strategy to achieve inclusion in the next 10 years. All right, and like I mentioned, that document is very handy, and I believe that I want to see the opportunity to also call again on the Ministry of Education and of course the Suburb, Edo State Suburb, so that they can look again at that document, because for me I feel special education in Edo State is almost like as it stands still. Nothing much is happening in that regard, in that sector. There's no new investment in that regard. There's no new support going in that direction, and we believe that through that document it can provide that needed support to call for partners how they can advance special and inclusive education in Edo State. So what we are looking at is the fact that that document in itself is a working document. It is still operational at least from 2022, like I mentioned, till 2032. All right. So, and if you look at that document, it went as far as speaking to physical infrastructure. It went as far as speaking to capacity building for teachers, even down to curriculum review. You know, talking about funding and all of that. I know some time back there used to be disability special education desk at the Ministry of Education. I don't know if that is still existing right now. I'm not sure there's even a department for it. All right, but it is like I'm using this as an avenue to call for the Edo State government, especially through the state's Universal Education Board, Suburb, so that they can begin to look at special education as a critical component of learning. You know, also, we also look at in that document that we also identify that one of the gaps we also saw is that most of the special schools that are in existence right now are concentrated in the urban centers. All right, so those who are coming from some interiors or part of the state cannot access special education. We're not talking about inclusive education now, but you see that we have more schools compared to special schools. So if we now say the goal is to achieve inclusive education, it means the focus will now be transforming those regular schools to be more accommodative. Accommodating for special needs children, so that we will not be looking at building more special schools. We'll be thinking of upgrading the current existing schools to fit in, to accommodate special needs children. You see the logic. So I find that that's what the document was actually proposing in the long-term period of the 10 years. So that's what the document is about. It's about calling on stakeholders, especially the Edo State government, through the Ministry of Education and of course the State's Universal Basic Education Board, to look at special education as a critical sector. Like you mentioned earlier in your introductory speech, you said that special education is a leveler. Education itself is a leveler for persons with disabilities, because on a normal day, persons with disabilities go through challenges, learning, mobility, you know, even not economic, a lot of things. But if you want to empower them, is according to, if I'm quoting Melody Omosana, that's the director of NAVID, he will always use a word that for persons with disabilities, education is a leveler, and at the same time, too, education for persons with disabilities is giving them the empowerment, the capacity to contribute to the proverbial national cake than just be spectators or giving them handouts. So we are now going to be moving from not just say, okay, we're just going to be handing out what we feel is good for them, but giving that opportunity to try, that to grow, to contribute, because they've been exposed to learning. So, but they are visually impaired. How can they see? They have assistive devices that enables them to learn. How can they move to and fro? Don't worry about that. Just provide the environment. You understand? Yes. Provide they are not helpless. Persons with disabilities are not helpless. They have capacity. They have capacities in them. They have mental capacity. Even someone who may have what's it called, mental or intellectual disability, have some level of capacity to learn. Yeah. So, but if all we need to do is to provide the environment for them, for where they can learn and grow, be inspired to achieve that innate capacity God has put in them.
Yes, I think in a closed word, it's just saying that we should move beyond charity. Because a lot of times, most people want to reduce persons with disabilities to just giving alms, charity, and looking like they cannot by themselves be a part of society and give to society. I want to take you back to something you said. You made mention of the curriculum being a part of the distress document. Can you throw more light? Are you saying that there should be like a different curriculum for special schools for students with disability, like completely different from other students?
Okay, I will not say that. If we are saying that, it means we are taking ourselves back again to special education and separating ourselves from inclusive education, which is the focus. Yes. All right. Inclusive education is a miss. Where when you are designing curriculum, you factor in the learning pace, the learning needs of special children. What I mean children with disabilities. All right, you factor it in. The same way to also mention the fact that even the training of teachers, there should be a component for inclusive education, so that that same curriculum that is to train teachers on a regular basis, there is a component for inclusive education in it, where they are learning to. So we are going to be passing this knowledge to. So how do we teach? Are we going to just rush the whole lesson because we want to meet up with time, or we are going to be mindful that there's someone who probably is a slow learner? And funny enough, do you know that when we were even in school, when I was in school, there are some of us in class who have slow learning capacity.
Yes.
I remember there was a time when I was in school. I don't want to mention the name of the school right now, but when I was in school, in secondary school, we were learning mathematics one day, and our teacher was teaching. And someone said, "Auntie, I'm not getting what you are saying." Teacher said, "When you fail, you will get it." No, you can imagine that kind of statement. Yeah. When you fail, you will get it. So, but that's not all to know. If the teacher understand the concept of inclusive education, also that we are not all at the same learning pace.
Yes, that's true.
So right now, if you don't catch up, you fall behind. It should not be that way. Inclusive education says that no one should be left behind, gaps should be covered, and no one should be excluded in any way, in any form. So you provide for the one who is a fast learner, you also provide for the one who is a slow learner, so that they can all flow at the same level. Place. So that is the idea. So when we say curriculum revision, is the fact that whatever curriculum we are designing should be a way that it can serve both persons with disabilities and, of course, those without learning or whatever form of disabilities. Yeah. That is the idea.
And from the story you mentioned, I think one disadvantage of disabilities that are not visible is that most of the time we do not actually know that there is a problem here. And I think a lot of there might be some students that have maybe mental or intellectual disability, and they might not just catch up as fast as other students. And at the end of the day, they might push them aside that school is not for them.
Thank you.
That's the word. School is not for you. So go learn a trade, go learn a business, removing the fact that education plays an important role in the life of everybody. And I think this is where assistive devices come in. Can you help us throw a little light into that? Because what are the assistive devices that is needed or that is being used in schools by students with disabilities?
All right, I'll give a story. There was a time we went for a program, myself and my executive director, to Abuja. On our way back, we had a judge with us who was flying back with us from Abuja to Benin. And then she saw Barrister Mele Damosa just operating his phone unaided. And she was like, "How are you operating this phone without any aid?" It was surprising. And then he told her, "Of course I can operate my phone with the aid of technology. There's a voice app called Siri that was in that phone that was describing everything he was doing on the phone." Now, for learning, for visually impaired, they use braille machines, where they can read dotted lines on a paper and can read as fluent as you who is reading and looking at the paper or the text that have been typed on the paper. They can read as fluent. So if you want to give them a chance at learning, it means that braille is a very vital component for visually impaired learners. Then talking about those who are hearing impaired, why do we have a sign language interpreter right now in the studio? It's because at the time we saw that this program was not benefiting those with hearing impairment, because we are communicating, yes, but they are not following. They are not understanding what we are saying because they can't hear us. So with the sign language interpreter, she can communicate what we are saying right now to them. So it means in a school where you have inclusive education, one of the major components they will have is sign language interpreters right there in the school. So that when someone with hearing impairment comes to your school, you will not drive them and say, we can't admit you, because how are you going to be hearing what we are saying? Because you have a sign language interpreter provided in the school, maybe as a staff, you find that child is already accommodated in that school. Then talking about other learning devices, we have recorders, we have tape recorders, we have braille laptops. All right? So there are a lot of devices right now that is, thank God, with the help of AI tools also, these things are evolving, all right, that helps them learn. One of the things I want to say, there was a particular time, I think it was a particular movie I watched that really changed my mindset about inclusive education, about a child. I think the name of the movie should be like Stars on Earth. Maybe I think I'm very familiar with that movie because of the fact that at the point the child was relegated. The child was seen as unserious, but a special teacher who had undergone the same situation of that child was able to accommodate the child and brought the genius in the child. So that's about inclusive education. It means giving every child a chance to thrive, to learn, to grow, to become themselves who God has made them to be, irrespective of their disability.
Wow, see the way I was smiling. All of this is just amazing. And actually, I think they are more like maybe hearing aids for persons with hearing impairment. I feel like technology has brought a lot of things that it is not even proper to say that a child should be denied the access to education, because there is technology, there are innovations, people are doing research every single day to better make all of this, better make education more accessible. Oh my goodness, it has been an amazing time in the studio, and I wish we could go on and on and on. So very quickly, if there is something, what is one word or one message you would like to leave with teachers, parents, advocates, or our audience that have been following this conversation all through since we started right now? Like, what is a word or a statement that you'd want to leave with them?
All right, for the government, I want to say this, that inclusive education should be the goal, not just to have something by the side called special education. Inclusive education should be the goal, is what is practiced everywhere in the world. Then secondly, to our teachers, please be more accommodative. Every child does not have the same learning speed, the same learning capacity. Be patient with the one who is a fast learner, at the same time, the same way you also accommodate those who are slow learners. Then also to our parents, please, your child with disabilities is not incapacitated. All it needs is the right environment that will make him stay motivated to keep learning, to keep thriving, to not feel useless about himself. That's what I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Isjo. It has been a very exciting session in the studio today, and I think we've learned a lot about from assistive technology to inclusiveness, and how at the end of the day it is not so difficult. The world is changing, the world is moving, and education being a leveler is what should be provided to every child, disability or not. And this is not the age where we keep a child with disability inside the house just because, okay, he shouldn't go to school, what would he amount to or thereabouts. Times have changed and things have been made available. And I would like to say, if you have a child with disability, NAVID's office is at 34 Arosa Street off Sankpomba Road. In case you want to visit us, you have any question to ask, we are always available to talk to you or to advise you on what you should or can do. Thank you very much for joining us today, and remember, spot a itch and be a voice. Thank you.
ITV, certainly the best.
Top on the list of the initiates was the eldest son of the Esama of Benin and former governor of Edo State, Chief Lucky Nosakare Igbenedion. 11 of his siblings, namely Bright Ayamekwe Igbenedion, Honorable Charles Osenwige Igbenedion, Peter Osawari Igbenedion, Dr. Fred Osanwi Igbenedion, Barrister Mike Osarene Igbenedion, Efosa Douglas Igbenedion, Ukbonwa Enes Igbenedion, Osawe Igbenedion, Edosa Igbenedion, Dr. Daniel Omorige Igbenedion, Agbon Steve Igbenedion, as well as the Executive Director Operations ITV and Radio, Chief Elder Ugbeide Nwonse. It was a vital aspect of Okada community's cultural heritage, which emphasized the significance of age, responsibility, and community service. Over 50 notable sons of Okada were also initiated. According to tradition and customs, those initiated, dressed in white traditional attire, were made to undergo some rituals, while the Odionwe pronounces blessings on them and assisted them to take a seat with the elders.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
All right, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's another beautiful episode of your favorite Rendezvous for Guys on television, and I'm talking about the Guys Hangout Show on independent television, reaching you live from Benin City, Edo State, Southside Nigeria, West Side Africa. Now, for starters, the Guys Hangout Show is a very, very interesting show that teaches men to put themselves first in a society where nobody cares about the feelings of men. All right, so we encourage men to prioritize themselves. I believe that it's only when you invest in yourself that you can give out to those around you. After all, you can't give what you don't have. My name is Harry Aigboje, and of course, it's my pleasure to have you join me on another beautiful episode of the show. Now, tonight, I've got two gentlemen with me. Of course, they've been with me before, and we're doing this again. And let me begin with the one that sits far away from me. All right? To my far left is someone that is really passionate about everything that concerns guys. Okay, he goes by the name of Osas Zabi.
Yeah, yeah, thank you. It's great being here again today.
And it's great to have you.
Yeah, thanks.
All right, and of course, seated next to Zabayo is someone else who is also very passionate about masculinity. He goes by the name of Benedict Ochagu. good to have you on the show, bro.
Were you thinking about the...
No, I was actually looking for a better way to introduce you.
Oh.
Yeah.
All right, thank you so much. It's always a pleasure being here, knowing that you are listening and watching us from the comfort of your home.
Absolutely.
We are once again here.
Okay, so gentlemen, we have something really serious to talk about. It's one of those very controversial subjects. And of course, you know that we live in a controversial era where certain things tend to offend certain people. Okay, so as guys, we come across some terms that we use, and some persons just get offended. And one of such terms is, you know, jealousy and insecurity. All right. Now there seems to be a thin line between both. How would you define jealousy, and how would you define insecurity? Some persons believe that both of them are the same thing. Now, what's your take? How do you see both words? Do you think, you know, they are the same, or do you think one is good and the other one is bad? So let me just hear your thoughts on it. Let me begin with you, Zabi.
Yeah. Okay. Like you said, actually, there's really a thin line between both of them. For someone being jealous and someone being insecure.
Yeah.
But they come from two different emotional standpoints. So I believe for jealousy is actually the very evil one. Everybody talks about evil is the sin, but the Bible has never talked about insecurity. The Bible has not told us that insecurity is a sin. But for jealousy, the Bible stands against that. Even the Quran.
Is jealousy a sin?
Yeah, of course, the sin. Now, how is jealousy a sin? Now, I see you progressing. I see something in you that I want, and because of that, I start hating.
Okay.
I start getting angry. I start having what ladies call mood swing.
Okay.
Because I'm seeing something in you that I need but I can't have. So that is the standpoint of jealousy.
Okay.
Now, insecurity, basically, for me, I think, or I believe that insecurity comes from me not having something, but you feeling I have something to offer, and then I now have to try to prove to you that I have something to offer, knowing deep down within myself that I'm totally empty. So at that moment, I become very insecure. So, insecurity as an emotion is something that can actually be worked on, and there are no casualties in the game. But for jealousy, then you might record casualties.
Oh, really?
You might record casualties. But for insecurity, you might not record casualties. It's just that maybe you can learn on yourself, maybe balance up where you're lacking and all that. But for jealousy, there most likely will be casualties. When I make casualty, someone might definitely get hurt, or you might want to go into any means to make sure that. I think we're having a discussion backstage about a particular firm where most persons are fighting themselves and all that.
Okay.
This stems from jealousy, not insecurity.
Not insecurity.
You understand?
So jealousy is the bad one, not insecurity.
Exactly.
All right,
that's how I want to put it.
Okay.
let me put that disclaimer.
That's a fair way to put it. But let me hear what Benedict has to say. He just said that insecurity is not necessarily a bad thing, but jealousy is actually the destructive one. What's your take on that?
I don't agree.
Okay.
The reason is, for me, first let me say that I think you have broadened the context of this discourse.
Okay.
I thought I don't know whether I'm the one that misread it.
Okay.
It was supposed to be about in the context of love, relationship, and all that.
Yes, of course, you could also do what
which is
romance,
which is a nice thing to do. But again, like Zabi tried to talk about the fact that jealousy is the bad thing. No, for me, jealousy is not bad. What Zabi was explaining in his analysis is envy. Jealousy is not a bad thing. Even God is a jealous God.
Yeah, I was going to make reference to how the Holy Book says that God, the Creator himself is jealous.
Yes, jealousy is not a bad thing, but again, in grammatical context, some people seem to use interwove envy and jealousy.
I think it's the same thing that people do to the word pride. When you say someone is proud, you could be proud in a good way. Like I'm proud of who I am. I'm proud of my accomplishments. But proud could also mean arrogance. Right? So I guess that's the same thing that applies to.
So in context, for me, jealousy, if it is for romance, jealousy is not totally a bad thing.
Okay.
Because when you love, there will be elements of jealousy triggered in you. No matter how much you try to say, me, I don't care. If another man wants to have her, the man should have her. There must be something triggered in you. That is an offshoot of love.
Okay, so that's healthy.
That's healthy. But when it is taken beyond the boundary of relevance into insecurity, like he was trying to say, tends to be something, to be a function of an inner defect. And so we cannot excuse it.
And what inner defect are we talking about? Could it be
inner defect of emptiness, like he
Mm.
talked about emptiness and low self-esteem. And so, and when it comes to men, when it comes to low self-esteem for men and emptiness, we must stay and address it, because we cannot allow men to be empty.
Yeah.
We cannot allow men to be bereaved of ideas. And so because of the position, the sacrosanct nature or the sacrosanct position that men occupies, because of how important the position of men in society are, I will always advocate that men deal with the problem of insecurity. Because what breeds witchcraft sometimes is insecurity. It may seem to be an innocent word, but if it is unbridled, it can lead to a whole lot of other things. Like Zabi was trying to say that it can be managed, which is the correct thing. Every man has an element of insecurity in him. You can't pretend about that. But if you have also the ability to manage it and put it under control, means that you have something beyond the insecurity itself. It means there's an element in you that is more powerful than insecurity. But if you are stuck with insecurity alone, that's a big problem.
Okay.
Right? So that is what we are trying to say, that love comes with a portion of jealousy. But insecurity with men, especially when it comes to do with a general workplace, can lead to so many things. For me, I want to say that instead of being insecure, work on yourself. Grow. When you grow, you will now find out that the next person is not your problem. That your problem was actually lack of growth.
Okay.
If Zabi is trying to do certain things, the reason why I will be feeling insecure when Zabi comes around to do his thing is that there is no value currency that I can also bring that will make me relevant around Zabi.
So you feel threatened by his presence?
I feel threatened by what he's doing. But if I have value currency, and then he's shining his shine, and I'm shining my own shine, then that self-esteem narrative will be, gradually to erode away, and will become better off, will become partners and not just competitors.
Yeah. All right.
So can I quickly let me strike on a part, because I believe that's where most of us want to really miss it.
Okay.
We believe that anything that has God in it is good. When the Bible says God is a jealous God, that doesn't make jealousy good. Because what happens to the people, if you now read it completely, what happens to the people that defect? The Bible tells you what happened to them, right? Okay. So that shows you that jealousy is bad. Because God now being a jealous God means that if you now give what is due him to somebody else, there's a repercussion.
Okay.
Which something happens.
So the problem is with the repercussion.
There is always a repercussion. Okay. There is always something. Right. So that's what I talk about. There's always casualties.
Okay.
So just God being a jealous God, there's always casualties.
Okay.
Well, Christians are not casualties.
All right.
I think I quite agree.
You're not getting
and sometimes just in language, lexical content.
Yeah.
Sometimes the Bible was interpreted from the Hebrew and Greek.
Okay.
Sometimes the right word may not even be jealousy.
You see.
You understand? But okay, we are not here for Bible study.
All right. In case you just joined us, it is the Guys Hangout Show on independent television, and the topic for tonight is jealousy versus insecurity. Now, you just said, Zabi, that wherever there's jealousy, there is likely going to be casualties, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, I would like to ask you this. What would you rather have? A woman who's not jealous, a woman who doesn't quite care what you do with other women, or one who raises an eyebrow the moment she suspects that you're entertaining the advances of another woman?
Okay. So, so I think that's bringing into the context of relationship right now. So, but for relationship, I would always want to look at marriage, not dating, because dating, anything can happen, anything goes.
Nothing is cast.
Nothing is cast. So I can just see your Esther and I'm done with you. I'm done with this relationship. You understand? But in marriages, there's nothing like I'm done with it. You're there. You're stuck here forever. You understand? So when it now comes to jealousy, then and insecurity in marriages, I believe that this majorly comes with the percentages are more from the feminine side than the male side. But whenever it comes from the male side, it's always very disastrous. That's where you see issues like wife beating and all that. But I believe that is actually unnecessary because before settling down with somebody, it depends on what you saw with the person. Now, if you saw, if for example, when you were dating, what attracted you to the person is what will attract everybody. Now, so I believe that's why most of the times guys are advised to go for ladies that have inner beauty. When we say inner beauty, actually, we don't even talk about beauty inside. We're just talking about some particular traits, some particular values and traits.
Women who are less physically attractive.
No, not that actually. Not that actually.
I think you're trying to play safe here.
Okay, so the point I'm trying to make is. I think they go for ladies that they have the value that everybody can see. And then another person sees the value and tries to admire it, and then you become insecure or you become jealous. So I'm trying to use both of them together now. So I believe that this is, like I said, insecurity is something you can work on. But jealousy is not something, they're bound to be casualties. Now, if you are being insecure, it's normal. For example, I have a very curvy wife, and then she's working ahead of me, and I'm behind, and I'm seeing guys trying to wow. Definitely, what's going on here? You understand? But that doesn't mean I'll not start getting angry with my woman, because this is the same thing I saw that I came after. You understand? But when you become jealous, is you are seeing that she's attracting favors that you cannot attract, and then that devilish spirit of jealousy starts breeding in you. And when it starts breeding in you, you start taking actions, doing things you're not supposed to do. You start venturing into areas or angles you're not even supposed to look into. But for insecurity, it's bound to be there, definitely bound to be there, because you're saying that, what's going on here, you understand that kind of thing. But jealousy, it's like I keep saying, is the actually bad one. And I believe we try as much as possible to just kill it or don't even venture towards there. But for insecurity, it's normal. Everybody has one particular area that is insecure. I can go into, like I can go into a gathering where everybody is discussing football. I become insecure there because I don't really know much about football. You understand? But I can go into a gathering where of like minds, and I will flourish. You understand? So the same thing. I'll be in a gathering flourishing, and then somebody is there, doesn't understand what's going on. I just say be insecure. Like, what's going on? You understand? So it's normal.
So just to be clear, you're saying that there is nothing good about jealousy.
There is nothing.
Jealousy can't be healthy in any way.
Never. I still stand by it. There's nothing. It doesn't build anything good.
Benedict, let me get your thought on this. What are the subtle ways, right? The very infinitesimal ways that people exhibit traits of jealousy, not just in relationships, but in interpersonal dealings.
Well, the thing is, I'm trying, because there is a whole lot, but sometimes when I'm on air like this, I also try to keep a lot so that somebody will not go and begin to pinch on innocency of another person and say, this was what I heard on air. This was what, you understand? Because somebody, what I may say here may be just an innocent expression from another person. And then because you heard it here, you just begin to say, okay, it means the way this person
begin to mirror somebody else's life against it.
That is the word. So I'm always very careful in making general examples. I just like to establish an open-ended kind of thing, and then you make out of it whatever you will. So but again, I think not being excited about somebody's success to the point where you want to do something to stop the person's success. That is one of the biggest ways. For me, at that point, like I always say, Zabi chose jealousy, me I chose envy at that point.
Okay.
Yeah, I call it
Envy. All right.
So at the point where you be naturally, if we are being sincere, when people are succeeding around you, there is a trigger in you that where you're now like, why this is not happening to me? Yeah. Because every man wants good thing to happen to them. So when you are seeing it around, you tend to question yourself, why am I not getting this thing? You feel a kind of a bit discomfort at some point, not always, some point. And then also, knowledge will not teach you that everybody has their turn. Then immediately you will come up as, oh, let me celebrate those that he has gotten to their
turn, yeah.
Right? Then that is somebody who will really go far, who the person that it will eventually get to his turn. For the one who always take it a step further, that I must stop there, that failure is sweet when everybody is involved. That's why it will never get to that person's turn. So that is, I would like to restrict it there. I don't want to expand the analysis so that people will not begin to mirror people, like I said earlier, people's innocent expressions as, you know, a kind of trait of jealousy or envy, whatever language you put.
All right, thank you very much, Benedict. Now, Zabi, let's take a look at the role of social media in all of this. We are in an era of, in fact, we're in the digital era, and much of what happens in our day-to-day lives, you know, is made manifest on social media. So what influence do you think social media has on people and the way they express themselves vis-a-vis jealousy and the insecurity?
Yeah, so I think in 2019 we had a discussion like this on radio, and I made reference to a point because I'm an added user of LinkedIn. And then you go on LinkedIn, you see somebody posting BSc at 18, MSc at 20, PhD at 25, and then you're looking at yourself like, where did I miss it? You understand? So this is for persons you don't know. But for your circle, you're seeing progress. You're seeing these guys aiming, achieving this, achieving that. It's
smashing goals.
Smashing goals. So I think I'm going to use myself as an experience and then as an example, and then I just break it down with the experience. Now, instead of going into jealousy, like, I'm supposed to be having this, I'm supposed to be getting this, I think what I personally do, I study the process of how they get there.
How they got there, okay.
So back then when I was working with a firm, I met top thinkers and big thinkers, and I started seeing how they're making progress. And would I say it's jealousy? No, definitely not jealousy, because I started going through the background to see how they made it and how they got it. Started doing my research, started going through their processes, the certifications they've done, the trainings they've gone through and all that. And I started taking myself through those trainings and the certifications. So I think that's what draws the thin line between jealousy and then realization, like, I want to be like this person now. Most persons will think, oh, you're jealous in the person you want to, but no, I know there's a process. Okay. And then I can go through that. If this person can go through this process, I too can go through the same process and be like this person.
All right.
Yeah, so I think that's what draws the thin line. That's what actually casts the difference between being jealous and then being realistic.
All right, thank you very much. Now, Benedict, what he just said borders more or paints a picture of laziness on the part of some persons. Okay, he took his time to study the people in question and figure out how they achieved their goals and all of that. Does that not give us the impression that some persons just don't have, should I say, the energy to follow through to get to the point where, you know, the people that they are envious of, so to speak, went through? Do you think laziness has a thing to do with this?
Yeah, it does. One thing is the laziness, mental laziness, the laziness of the mind, the function in the thought processing mindset. For example, like he was trying to say that he saw some persons doing great thinkers and then I find out, okay, what's the process? As a guy, one of the ways you know that there's problem, that you might not go far if you don't deal with it, is when you embrace people's glory without trying to find their story.
Their story, okay.
Yeah, you must find out people's stories, and their story may not be basically exactly like yours, but you must also find a pathway of that story to create your own story and know that it's not going to be an easy thing in the process. So you have to find out, like he said, you need to also go and try getting certificate. It may not necessarily be that he got exact certification as some of them got.
Definitely true.
But again, when they eventually met at the table, it means that he has gone through his own process and this one, and he is now qualified to have conversation with them.
So he became relevant in the scheme of things.
In the scheme of things, not necessarily because he got exact qualification, but also because he has also learned the principle of paying price to also get some of those things. So me, I feel if you look at it and say, what makes this person outstanding? Then you also need to find out your own strength. One of the things that breeds jealousy is that people want to be envious of people who are not even going their direction. Yeah. For example, if you are saying, like my pastor would say, if you are saying I am envious of you, find out whether what interests you is what interests me.
Okay.
You may buy a
in
car.
other words, it might not even be the same.
You may buy a car and I come around, maybe you see my face, you feel I'm being jealous. Maybe car is not even my dream in the next 1 year. That's not my pursuit. So find out if a car is my pursuit, or maybe you bought a brand of car. Find out if I do fancy that brand of car before you say I'm being jealous. So sometimes what you need to do is find out where you are going to. Find out, create a roadmap, and then look forward to becoming better. If you can focus on becoming better in your own life, so all of this envy, jealousy will really die down. Because people can be doing well in their own choosing line. That may not be your life. And so when this one succeeds here, you are envious of this one succeeds, you are envious of this one. Before you know what happened, you are in the game of trying just to pull everybody down and everything just. So it's about building yourself. So that when Zabi comes and Zabi is speaking as a mathematician, for example, I know he's very good with calculation. You understand? And then I speak as a journalist. My drive is not to be a better mathematician, for example, than Zabi. My drive is to be a better journalist than I am today.
Because that's your profession.
You understand? Than I am today. Or maybe, okay, going into the business line, because Zabi is also a businessman. But we are not into the same line of business. I'm happy seeing him do what he does. And then I am also happy doing what I do.
Okay.
Right? My goal is to be better doing what I do. And then, again, I will also be happy that he gets better so that when we meet at the echelon, the top echelon, we'll be able to have conversation. And life is easier at that level.
Okay, life is easier at that level. Now, Zabi, what do you think, or how do you think communication can reduce jealousy and insecurity, in relationships, not just in romantic relationships, but, across board?
Education?
Communication. Yes.
Communication.
Yes.
Okay, yeah. So I think I'm a very big advocate for communication. Not just communication, effective communication. You can actually be communicating and then it's not being effective. So I think when it comes to jealousy and insecurity, most of the times, majority, 100% of the time, is people don't study or understand the process that the person used in getting whatever the person got. You understand? So I think I was just thinking about this earlier. Like, I think in fact, the only way that kills jealousy and insecurity is understanding the process.
Okay.
So if I would really advise most persons that are actually making it out there, and I think LinkedIn has been a very good platform for that, where people tend to maybe explain the processes of how they got it, especially for legal means. When it comes to, for example, we grew up in Benin City, you see a lot of guys succeeding, and then you are a bit like, wow, you're supposed to be age mates, this guy is succeeding, and then you go back and look at the process, and then you now tell yourself, God forbid I do this. You understand? So there are so many successes you see, and then you just tell yourself, God forbid I do this, and then you become contented. Because you're like, definitely I can't go through this process.
Okay.
Just the same way for some ladies too, they see their colleagues rising up in the office, not knowing that the colleague is sleeping with the boss. Small big girl, and then you're already envious, you're already jealous, and then you now find out the process, and you're like, so you immediately become contented. Okay. So I believe when we communicate much, like for example, I'm seeing you, and I like what I see, and I'm communicating. I communicate with Benedict. I like what I say, and they're like, don't look at what that guy went through. You can't go through it. Yeah. I don't understand the process. So I believe effective communication actually helps to reduce and kill jealousy and insecurity.
Thank you so much. Now, as we begin to wrap up, in fact, we have less than a minute, so you're going to be saying this in less than a minute, Benedict. What's your final word, to young people out there who feel intimidated by their peers and probably don't have the energy to forge ahead? Just in less than a minute.
Be patient with yourself and take it easy on yourself. And then again, try to get better. Your speed, your pace may not be like theirs, but if you are getting better daily or weekly, before you know, you will get to a point where you just tell yourself that I have done well for myself. Okay. If you can get to that point, then you have conquered.
I like the part where you said, I have done well for myself. You are not doing well for anybody.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, it's yourself you're doing it for. Yeah. So that will help you to curb the spirit of jealousy and envy or insecurity. Okay? No, we are all going to succeed individually. The only thing that matters is what Benedict said, that we get to that point where we are all relevant on the same table, right? Not a situation where you think that other person's success is a threat to your own success, okay? We don't all have the same calendar. That other person is running in his own lane and you're running in your own lane. The most important thing is that we all succeed at the end of the day. And not just succeed, but succeed in the right way. Well, I want to say a very big thank you to my guests, Zabi Osas and of course Benedict Ochagu, for doing me the honor of being on the show with me tonight. And I hope that the next time I call on you, you'll oblige me. Sure. All right, thank you so much. My name is Harry Igboje, and until I come your way again, same time, same station next week, ensure that you do the right thing always, okay? Do not dabble into anything that you'll regret in the future. Of course, if you look around you, there are lots of young people that are doing crazy things just to succeed. You don't want to look back, in the next, say, 10 years and begin to ask yourself why you took the route that you took. Do the right thing, stay out of trouble, and bye for now. Good night.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
I
àrùnyùn. Ẹ̀rẹ́ nà máa sí. Àrùnyùn. 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 Ó ní kẹrì kú yóò gbó. Ẹ̀wọ̀n ẹ̀dọ̀ tọ̀rẹ̀ tó ẹ̀tọ́ ní kẹrì kú yóò gbó. Orí ọba ní ìkà.